Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
Hey, look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's what really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now smoking.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and changing clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switching sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, ma and pa folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your Hyundai. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yeah, we just getting started, so go on, say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slow and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait. Time will come, down, we'll be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic
deliberating stanzas, creating dancers, evaluate the masters, having meetings, debating the answers to the questions that be making the handler anxious. I can't be telling nothing I ain't experienced, kinda like selling a little fake deliverance, full of malevolence, hitting up your residence, taking care of his biz without leaving evidence, claiming heaven sent. What the fuck is this? When I take a trip to the abyss and meet the beast, I'm coming back with it. That's gold words coming from a spectacular man that froze when he found out he had a black hole where it's so supposed to be. That's rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Hit niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black and when the bottom of the ninth inning smack, he bleeds. Cause he ain't suffered enough, hustled enough, scuffle and cuff his hand to a cop. Nothing discussed, cutting his nuts to his cock. Something to shot, a spark out your heart when you stop jogging in the park. And you meet a nigga dog that bites bark, buds spilling on the sidewalk. Staying in the light is smart, despite staying on course, of course, cause the smell of death escapes and not a corpse is rough. Top half man, and I'll be damned if that bottom half horse. Hush, lost souls rushing to touch the black hole, wishing to be dust, gagging and fuss, cause the demon face leaking pus. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. What can I say? Lay in my bed at night like it's a grave. Listen to the voices in my mind misbehave. Best to be glad that my mind is away. Voices taking over days makes me afraid. Then I go to sleep cause the voices make me weak. If I reach out for the light, then I know they gonna speak through mutilated teeth. I fumigated beef. I treat my lady sweet. Why do I gotta shriek in the night? Think I'm living right? My insomnia is bringing me to ride. Lunatic lyrical things to keep me from my dreams. I wake up and I scream. Reality to me ain't really what it seems. Imagine an old set scene when you woke up with a cold sweat scream. Roll over on the floor, now you know what death means. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. Busting out the dust, these rough niggas is coming up in a rush to touch the black hole. 86 niggas. Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off flight cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see passport eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, can you scream like you never screamed in your life? Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside, I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life, I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke poems, I'm fix it then. take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church deacon in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why the UFC give you more than a grin? Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. Hitting niggas in they fucking head with a crack. You bustin', I'm bustin' back with a gat that spits venom. You sending black, and when the bottom of the ninth in the smack, you police the cats waxing them back. Waxing them.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that mess up for your own benefit. What's up, Pat?
Not much, man. What's the deal?
How you feeling, man?
I feel pretty good. Stuck in a little traffic out here in, probably one of the worst cities to have traffic. Chicago.
Oh shit, Chicago.
Well, you know what? I'm actually headed into Chicago. I'm actually like right on the edge, like I'm leaving out of Gary, Indiana, and I'll be in Chicago in like another 2 miles or so.
Chicago. Ain't that the same place where the shooting, the guy who got shot 60 times? Ain't that the same state?
No, that is the guy that got shot 60 times. I think was.
Yeah, I can't remember what state. I
forget.
It was.
Yeah, I forget. But no, this is like I'm gonna be delivering not too far from where the shooter, the 4th of July shooting happened out this way.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's what I was thinking of. The 4th of July shooting. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's probably what I was thinking of. It's so much. At fucking.
Least it was one of, because I mean, shoot.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say.
It was like, yeah.
It's so much fucking shit, man. It's so much fucking shit going on. Like, we're gonna talk about it some today. Did you hear about the Guidestones? I got it on the screen right now. Georgia Guidestones demolished after bombing destroyed the monument.
What bombing?
They blew it up last night. Like 4 a.m. or something like that.
I don't know what that. No, what's that about? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the purpose of it?
Right. I mean, that's kind of why I want to talk about it, because it's super interesting. It's really interesting to me that someone would go through all the trouble. I mean, they had to have some serious ass explosion. I mean, they had to have some serious ass stuff to be able to. These things are big ass fucking stones, and one of the stones got completely blown all the way apart. So on the screen, I have a picture of them demolishing it. So apparently that happened today. It probably because it wasn't safe after the explosion. You know what I'm saying? It probably wasn't safe, so it was likely to fall on someone.
So this is not like Georgia, Texas.
Oh no.
I mean Georgia, The state of Georgia. It's a country, Georgia.
No, it's the Georgia Guidestones.
Like, what
It's
city
in.
is that?
Oh, don't get me to lying. Uh, it's in a rural area. I think it's. I don't want to lie. I think I have another one on that. Hold on, let me see.
Because
Here
I
it
mean,
is
I've
right here.
heard of it before, but because like I guess one of the more popular places I know is like what is it? Stone Mountain, where they have all the granite or whatever it is,
Yeah,
whatever
but
that.
this was created. It's like a mini Stonehenge because it's also well, it was. It also has to do with the summer. I mean the solar solstice. It's like a clock too. So and then it's the one that has the writing on it talking about only 500. What is it? 250,000 people can be alive to sustain the world and all that shit. I'm gonna cover it right now. Let me play the video that explains what happened right quick.
Several comments from people that live in this area saying they believed it was thunder because it caused their houses to shake. Some describing it as a boom that they heard and felt around 4 a.m. Again, GBI confirming they believe this happened around 4 a.m. So I want to give you a live look at Sky 4 once again. Over the scene right now, GBI has started to mark this area. And for those that don't know what the Georgia Guidestones are, according to Explore Georgia, in part, it's Elberton's most unusual and mysterious set of granite monoliths known as America's Stonehenge, which stands at 19 feet high, and it also serves as an astronomical calendar, as well as containing messages about the conservation of mankind, which is seen for many here in this area as controversial. Now, again, details are limited at this time, but just to reiterate, investigators...
Rashad.
Well, Destiny, right now we know that GBI is assisting with this investigation, but we've got multiple units here on scene, including the GBI's bomb disposal unit. Now, the GBI tells us there is still an active explosive hazard happening here. So to give you a closer look, I want to show you some viewer photos that were sent to us. There's a lot of rubble as a result of what GBI says stems from unknown individuals that detonated an explosive device around 4 a.m., which has destroyed a large portion of this structure. And we do know the Georgia Guidestones has 4 column-like sides to it. And from the photos, Sky 4 video, and from where I'm standing right now, it looks like there are now 3. We've seen several comments from people that live in this area saying they believed it was thunder because it caused...
Okay, so written on the Guidestones was this stuff. The first one, it says, maintain humanity under 500,000 in perpetual balance with nature. Number 2, it says, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. And then it says, unite humanity with a living new language, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Okay, let me read some more. It says, avoid petty laws and useless officials, balance personal rights with social duties, prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature. I just think this is really interesting. Somebody went out of their way to do this. It really meant something to them. So that's where I'm like, I haven't really thought about it other than that it stuck out to me just because it's just like there's meaning here. I just got to get my finger on it.
I mean, the more, because I mean, I listen to a lot of different stuff and, kind of, as I go along, you do the math, you know what I'm saying, the science, you start, putting different things together. And I mean, the only thing I can say is that, depending on who got rid of it, because I know that there's a lot of astrological power that's emitting right now for the growth of a people and the destruction of another. And for those who, I think those who don't benefit from it probably are trying to knock it down.
Yeah, but there's a lot of freaking I get what you're saying, and I kind of agree with that. But there's a lot to this because, the thing is at the top, one of the ones, what did it say? Fitness. damn it, I can't go back to it. When it was talking about fitness and the amount of people, that makes me think of the abortion. Okay. The first one, it says maintain humanity under 500,000 in perpetual balance with nature. That one is probably
Is that for that city or for
that
can't be
is
the world?
that's for the world. So that's what they're saying. It
Oh
says
man.
maintain humanity. Humanity. It's not saying Georgia. It says
It,
maintain
well,
humanity under
I've
500,000
heard, yeah, I've heard people talk about like 500 billion. No, what is it?
million.
500 million. So it'd be like half a billion people or something like that. But 500,000.
That's like nobody. That one is problematic. We talked about this before, but on its face, most of this stuff sounds really good. But the one maintain humanity under 500,000 in perpetual balance with nature, that one is problematic. Because imagine if you did have a situation like that. So when the 500,001 child is born, what do? Kill him? So that's what I'm talking about. And then it says guide reproductive.
This is Sparta.
Sparta. The other one, it says guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. So that one, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. So like this one, I kind of have a problem with too, because that goes back to what I was saying. Like I don't know, abortion, these damn babies that they make that's perfect and shit, like the test tube babies, because there's two sides of this. Like I say, the abortion on one side, and on the other side you got these, what do they call them? The babies that they get to make they get to choose their eye color and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds like Nazism.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. That would fit right into the Nazis.
That's what it was all about.
That's what they were saying the whole time. So yeah.
But he respected black people, though. There's a bunch of conspiracies and ideas about how he taught and what he did. But as far as I know, I've never known Hitler to kill any black people.
Yeah,
how many? Nobody. Wait a minute. Say it again.
No, he's right. I mean, but this is little known though. But history, Hitler was friendly, to black people. He was trying to look out for black people. He said that the way that they were treating him over here was fucked up. There's a quote, even though that inspired him on how to deal with the Jews, but there's a quote that said, if I had, who was it, him or was it? I think it was him. He said, if I had 500 black men or 500 black men, I could take over the world. Some shit like that. Did anybody know the quote? I'm fucking chopping it up. 500 black supreme soldiers. I don't know. I'm losing it. But I'm glad you brought up Hitler, Elliot, because I want to talk about him today. I got some stuff on that, but I'm going to wait to get to that. I'm not going to jump into that right now, but I got some stuff on Hitler because I want to talk about him. And it's like, good guy, bad guy, that's not what we are trying to...
Dark people, well, like even like Aleister Crowley, they said he was the evilest man that ever existed. But he never got prosecuted for any crimes.
I don't think he did any crimes. Aleister, they just hated him because of the stuff he was saying. He was like, and really I think...
He was informing people of the science that they've been trying to keep secret. Like that's the only thing. Like the whole 666.
That would be a cult.
Well, but the occult, all the occult means is things that is like it's not open. It's not like just something that's wide open in the public. Like it's.
And I think he knew some stuff what he was talking about, but I think what he was doing was he was being extra just to people are super religious and you just want to fuck with them. And I think a lot of what he was doing was that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like it made him money too. It made him money and it drove people into his church or whatever. Just like
he was born and he died poor.
Yeah, well, I don't think you have to understand, everybody doesn't like wealth. Building wealth is not what everybody is into. You know what I'm saying? Who knows what he was into? You know what I mean? Like, and
But
you know,
it's quite hard though, and
I think we're looking at we're framing because I mean, especially when we look at the Aleister Krauss, you know,
Aleister Crowley.
Crowley, yes. Now, you know, because I was looking at something. I was thinking about this earlier. It's like the reason why I think like even us as humans are so messed up now is that we don't, you know, like we're not the ones being taught. Like we might be the last generation, like our age might have been the last generation that really considered love as a reason to be with somebody, and you know where everything else has got to be, you know, for the kids coming up today. It's more so like, you know, what kind of job you got, you know, what school you went to, what, you know, all this other stuff where, you know, like there was more meaningful relationships when, you know, it was based more on.
Well, I think you're right about that, but also I think the world was different. Now, you know,
it is different, but why is it different? Like that's the whole thing. Like yes, it's most that's 1000%. It is different, but why is it different?
Why is it different is a question. But what I'm saying is, it's also in their defense. It's a reaction to the present situation where like literally you will die. You know, literally you're gonna be suffering. Like the system is set up to make people suffer. You know what I mean? Lower on the totem pole or whatever. You know what I'm saying? What they say, shit rolls downhill. And that's how it goes. And a lot of people look at their life, like all the immigrants that come, you know, that's the main thing that they're doing. It's like they're thinking about their kids. They're like, they don't want them to fucking be miserable for their whole damn life. Like some chance of happiness, some chance of life, some chance of, you know, security, pleasure, whatever. You know what I mean? So in that instance, I agree with you though, Pat. But in that instance, in their defense, you know, the world is different and they just kind of reacting to it.
And whose defense? I don't understand because it's not the kids don't need a defense. It's the people who raised them whose fault it is for how they're seeing the world and how they're making their decisions. I don't blame them.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So
I agree with you. The parents, all of that, but I just saying that like society is putting these thoughts in their head about like how they're going to live, like, and they see the punishments. They clearly see that. So, and I was talking to my daughter about this, and it was like the world we live in is like the value of a person is based on how much money they make or have or whatever. Like that shit is so crazy, but it's really true. It's like one person's value is more than the other simply because of how much money they have. And it's like, okay, well they worked for that money, they grinded. No, like most of these people who are really paid, their money was given to them. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, like come on, like you know, these people did not work for this money. So
a lot of them did not earn it at all.
So where does the value come in that they have more value than somebody that doesn't have money? Like just because their parents gave them some money, that don't add up to me. But that's the way the world is. That's the way people think. That's the way, you know, they move. That's the way the system is set up.
Put you in a different class. That's one less problem to worry about, or someone that you have to compete with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I feel you because I mean, you know, I don't want my son to start off from zero, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that I know he needs to know, or just not giving him everything just because, you know, he wants it. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta, like, there's times when even though you can do, you know, whatever it is they ask is like. No, or make them work for it, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, you got to set some kind of teach them. You got to keep teaching them.
I think in this day and time, it's easier for kids to. I think in this day and time, in the society that we live in, this popcorn society, you have it your way. I think it has made it a lot easier for kids to literally jump out there, you know, and hit the ground running. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many different ways for them to make money for themselves.
Well, yeah,
and be not even have to go to school or nothing. And they can graduate high school already making 6-figure, 7-figure income,
well,
through
well,
social media and other avenues. So
well,
it's kind of
I
a
don't think the
gift and a
money is.
curse.
I don't think the money is really the problem. It's the moral, you know,
But yeah, but that's what
ha-
I'm saying. Yeah, the
having moral
morals.
balance. Yeah,
Yeah,
like cause
the morals is gone. But that just goes to show you that this society, they have emphasized more on you having the materialistic things in life as opposed to you getting something that someone can never take away from you. Your education and your knowledge that you have can never be taken away from you, but your money can be stripped at any time. You could be
yeah,
this stunning YouTuber and make millions of dollars a year off of YouTube, but you do one bad thing and your career is done.
yeah. Let
And
me.
if you don't have an education behind you, something to fall back on, another avenue to go into, you're kind of fucked.
Well,
But they
I don't
don't
know if
think
that's gonna
about
be
that.
I don't think that's gonna be the solution as far as like schooling, unless like I mean you gotta really be like somebody who's like a core service person, where like that can't be replicated,
I
something
thought
that
you,
can't like
I don't know. I mean, I hear this, man, but I think about the. I was raised by an elderly couple in Louisiana for a great time of my life, and and I remember I call this man my grandfather. I remember him always saying, "There's money in anything that you do. It's about you and how you see it. If you see yourself at a dead end, that this is a dead end, then that's exactly what it's gonna be." Like this man never really worked a job, and he lived in, I'm talking about swamp Louisiana, down in sugarcane country and salt mines, where, you know,
Pankerville.
nah, Baldwin, Louisiana, we're down there, we south, we down there in rice fields, salt mines, and sugarcane fields, you know,
Yeah, Baldwin. I know. Yeah,
yeah,
that's not too far from Lafayette, huh?
yeah, that's
Or
south
what?
of Lafayette. Yeah, go straight on down Ambassador Caffrey Highway down that through New Iberia, Generate, and all that.
Yeah,
And
General.
but this man never really worked a job per se, but
Well,
he never struggled. You know what I'm saying? Because he hustled. He had the mind state. He was willing to say yes, ma'am, and no, sir. Or yes, sir, no, ma'am.
well,
Like
that was a
he
question I
gave
wanted
an
to ask.
impeccable service.
Look, that was a question I wanted to ask because I was gonna ask about like, do y'all remember when we used to say God bless you, and then it moved to just bless you, like like the way people taking God out of it, or you respond to adults like it's like yes ma'am, yes sir. Now it's like yeah, huh, what? Like I mean, it's just like I don't see the respect no more. And I don't,
Yeah.
and that, and when you're taking all of the, respect for humanity out of everything, like these robots or whatever that they, because I mean, the only way that the things like life as we know it will remain more like what we're seeing and what we're used to is if we have more respect for humanity and we like we don't, because I mean like I said, I mean I remember me and Chaco used to talk about like those checkouts, those self checkouts. Like
Hmm.
I don't want to do no that. Like I want to like I want to have a human interaction. I don't care if she's slow or he's slow or whatever. I want to look somebody I could talk to that might be able to shoot. They might be able to give me a word of the day or something.
And look how they
Or
look how
I
they
can make
tricking
them feel better.
everybody. They feel like they winning while you scanning all your own and bagging and sacking all of your own ass groceries. Like you're already paying extra ass money for this damn food. Like, and then you fucking yourself because in the future they ain't gonna. If everybody is going through the damn self checkout, then it ain't no point in even having people working in there. And that's
No.
exactly what they're gonna do.
But the thing
Yeah, well,
about it is, you go into
yeah,
a
because
store like
before you know it, they're
Walmart.
gonna have robot. They're gonna end up having robots that'll bring the damn even put stuff out on the shelf.
Telling you.
I mean, but then you go to a store like Walmart where you have, these cashiers and these checkers that would rather you not even come through their line, would rather you go to self checkout. It's like, to me, it's like y'all are stupid. Y'all already talking about how there ain't no job, ain't this, ain't that. There ain't no money working this job. Well, you're making their point valid by you having a bullshit ass attitude when somebody comes through your line that's got a basket full of groceries. Like, you should be happy to check that person out. You know, make there be a need for you where Walmart has no choice.
Well, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. What people have to do is not go to Walmart, because one minute they're complaining about this, that, and the other, and then
But
they be
every store has. I'm not talking about people shopping there. I'm talking about the people that work there, bro.
Yeah, but listen, I hear you too. But the people that work there is suffering because Walmart sucks. And the reason why Walmart can suck so bad is because people keep patronizing them. They're selling them trash, and people keep going there. People are like, oh, the prices are so cheap. That's the reason why I go to Walmart. Well, that's the reason why the world is going to shit. It's the same reason why everybody is talking about, I want my Amazon package yesterday. That's the reason why the world is going to shit. That's the reason why people are dying of exhaustion in these warehouses, because they fucking trying to get your package to you yesterday.
And let's not even talk about China. Because if you really think about some of the shit that's happening over in China, like these people, like they have to put freaking nets out around these manufacturing facilities because they will fucking jump.
Yeah, I saw that, and that's 100% true. And guess where most of those products are coming that they're making in that warehouse? The ones where they're jumping out the window.
Yeah.
Over here, most likely. And that's us. So this is us. We're so separated from reality. We're so separated from our own self-accountability. It's like it's not our fault. It's like, I just want my package fast. Okay, that's fine. But look what is the cost of you getting your package so fast. Look at the cost of you getting the cheap prices at Walmart. You need to look at that.
Horrible food. Like, bro, like the quality of food just is like, and we accepting it. Like, I mean, I don't like. Nobody says anything. Like, nobody does.
I don't buy meat and produce. I don't buy meat, produce, or anything like that from Walmart. You know, I will get like dry goods from there, like, you know, different little snacks that the kids like, you know, stuff like that. But when it comes down to buying meat or produce, I'm pretty much HEB all the way.
And me too. And then,
like,
you know,
HEB,
you got the people who feel like they uppity, right? And they like, oh, I don't go to Walmart, but they go to Sam's Club.
It's the same. Yeah, exactly. Like even people who like, because I mean, Whole Foods, when it was more of a, because I mean, I don't really say this a whole bunch because I don't want it to get screwed up, but I love Sprout. Like, Sprout to me is like, that's like, you want some quality food, that's where you go, not Whole Foods, because like, guess who owns Whole Foods now? Amazon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you just put them right in the circuit, in that same circuit.
And Randall's is good too, but both of those places are so expensive that it just eliminates most of us, Pat. Like, you might be able to afford to shop at Sprouts every time you go shopping, but the rest of us can't. I like to go in there every now and then, but I'm only gonna put a few things in my basket because I know when I get to the register, that shit gonna be $100+.
Sprouts, how close is it in similarity between Trader Joe's?
Very different. I would really like know. I say, the one that I could think of that's most comparable is Randall's.
I'm doing it in comparison for like those who
whether
like,
you go to Walmart,
like the Whole Foods or something like that, because like it is a specialty type store. So I mean, you know, like, I don't buy everything from.
And I think they get all their stuff from local farmers too, right? It's always local distribution or whatever. Like, they get their.
I think it's all stuff within the state for sure.
Right. So that's the way things need to go. So that's why we should support companies like that, because they're doing it the right way, and it's healthier. It's better for the environment.
Always say shop local.
I mean, but if you compare, bro, like if you compare the prices in Walmart and then you compare the prices in HEB. Then you compare the prices to your Kroger Signature, you know, or you go to Tom Thumb. I mean, damn, I said Tom Thumb. That Tom Thumb is Randall's. That's the owner of, but they call it Tom Thumb in Dallas, but it's Randall's in Houston. But you go there,
You're breaking up.
Even if you go to like Whole Foods, man, like you will see that the price. To be honest.
Damn, wait, Deuce, we didn't hear you. You was breaking up real bad. Go ahead and say that again.
No, I was saying that if you compare prices to Walmart, HEB, Randall's, Kroger, Whole Foods, Sprouts, you know, it's pretty much the same. The prices are pretty much the same. There's really not that much of a difference. You may save $1 or $2 at Walmart, but
most people
they're really not saving any money, bro.
They pay those extra prices even through inflation because they believe in the brand.
Yeah.
Even Target, they even have a grocery store now. That just happened in the last like 6-7 years. It wasn't always like that, but their prices compared to like Walmart or
I think it's a higher quality of things than Target too.
It's higher quality, but those prices are ridiculous. I don't shop for anything out of and then they have a terrible selection. I wouldn't recommend nobody shopping at Target for groceries. And I fucks with Target. I'm always in there. I'm in there. I go there like every other week. I don't know. Black people in Target is a thing.
Hey, bro.
No, when they started having like,
I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people.
What? What are you saying?
I said when they started having. Go ahead, brother.
One of y'all go.
No, I was just saying a lot of people sleep. A lot of people sleep on Aldi, but I'm gonna tell you, being a truck driver, Aldi has some of the best produce that you can buy. Aldi's, their inspection of produce, like literally, bro. If you have one box of produce on the back of your refrigerated trailer that's crushed, Aldi's will how stickler they are. Like they get like literally all these produce, and that's why it takes so long to get loaded when you're loading produce for Aldi's, because it comes from the field to the warehouse, it gets rinsed off, and it's packaged and it's loaded on the truck. It may take you 2 days to get loaded for produce going to Aldi's. No bullshit.
Damn.
And they're cheap as fuck.
Yeah, I don't know about Aldi's.
I never got held up that much. I've delivered to Aldi's a few times.
That sounds like a loophole. Like it's a secret.
To my look, Aldi's.
No, look down on Aldi, including me, just because of.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't like the way I feel when I go in there. Like you gotta pay for baskets and shit, and it's like, I don't know.
You gotta pay for who?
You gotta pay for the basket and shit. Like I feel dirty when I go in that store. I don't know. It's probably a mental thing.
Yeah, I mean, but they have good produce, bro. Like they have really good quality produce at Aldi's, and it's good stuff, bro. Like I can honestly tell you that just from my experience and being a driver and having to load their shit, like, you know, like
Let me change the subject. I want to read this comment. It says, I love when people are transparent with me naturally and don't force me to read them and use my intuition to see their true intentions. Be exactly who and what you say you are with me. Save us both time and energy, because that's time and energy we could spend truly connecting. This one stuck out to me because we were talking about relationships the other day, and we were talking about being honest and how you're not really communicating if you're not being honest. And I don't know, this comment right here.
Level, it's communicating is just a low level of communicating.
Yeah, not very efficient.
Yeah.
Everyone has intention, and you gotta kind of like observe your setting and what you're trying to get out of it at that point in time.
Yeah. So like the last one
from work, home, school, etc.
Yeah, so the last line when it says because that's time and energy we could spend truly connecting, that one hit me. I think we waste a lot of time, bullshitting basically with each other.
Yeah, but if it's an honest interaction, I think that's great. Still, always like a great exchange of energy. Like, I mean, as long as it ain't full of bullshit, like lying and trying to get over on somebody or some shit like that. If you having fun with a person, you're talking shit, even if it's, oh man, you an asshole. I mean, if you're having fun, like I think that's still a good exchange. But
yeah, like you said, low vibration. Let me play this clip.
Sounds like small talk.
And I absolutely hate small talk. I hate it. I won't engage in it. That's why they say you're quiet. You don't talk. I'm not going to talk about nothing. When I start talking,
it's hot outside, huh?
Yeah. How's the weather? How about them strolls?
Bitch, what you mean? It's hot as fuck.
Don't you sweat on your forehead right now? Like, we don't need to mention this. Let me play this clip. This has gone viral. It's an old clip, but y'all might have seen this because it's very viral right now.
I think this is the most ridiculous thing that has ever happened. And just as free as we are, they have the same opportunity to work and to build their part of the town up just the same as we have. I just don't understand it and don't approve of it. I'm going to stand up for my rights.
Jim Knight with WALB Television News. We're soliciting the views of Albany people on the Civil Rights Bill. Would you like to give us your views?
Well, of course, being a Southerner, I'm not for it at all.
What I'd have to say wouldn't be fit to go on air. I don't like it. I think they're trying to put something on us that we don't want.
I see.
We ought to have a national election on it rather than just letting 9 men tell us what we got to do.
I sure don't like it, that's for sure.
Do you feel this will have any effect on your life directly?
I imagine it will.
Thank you very much.
I'm afraid we might have to live next door to it.
The very people who get to use it talking shit about it.
It's crazy. So, like, this is 1964 reactions to the Civil Rights Bill. So that's what those clips were. And the first lady is the one who struck me because she's being all the way honest. And then the last thing she said, I'm going to fight for my rights. Let me start that over because her clip is the one that made me fucking like. She said, I think it's ridiculous that this has ever happened. The niggers are just as free as we are. They have the same opportunity to work and to build their part of the town up just the same as we have. I just don't understand it and don't approve of it. I'm going to stand up for my rights. So crazy. Like, that is so insane to me. So it's your rights are infringed upon because this other person has the opportunities that you do?
No, but see, I mean, but that's how clueless a lot of people have been and are still to this day, because like even right now, like people really believe that they're like the things that they're talking about on politics. Most people are just getting their verbiage from directly from the news, and they just repeat whatever it is that what somebody else is upset about or what they've told you. This is how you should be responding. This is, look, you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, and this is what you should feel, and don't let people try to take advantage of you, blah 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 blah. Like most people are just like back then, because like I said, the same people then that's talking shit in the 70s and 80s or whatever, they utilize civil rights more than the people who fought for it.
Yeah. But I think that this first lady, though, I don't think, and I agree with you, most of the words that's coming out of people's mouth is fucking some shit they heard somebody else say. But I don't think that lady, the first clip, I think she was just being 100% like how she feels. And a lot of people, I think, feel that way and still to this day. And it's I mean, your brain doesn't connect that, you're really kind of saying that you are lesser because you feel like if another people have the same opportunities as you, then that's going to infringe on your rights. Like, how does your brain do that?
I don't know. But the second one is what really kind of got me, I guess, is because listen to her saying, well, me being a Southerner and all, I'm not really for it. Like, wait a minute, no, you individually, you don't have to be a Southerner. You don't have to be a, Alabamian, you could just tell me how does Susie really feel? You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, she's going on, she knows the news. It's the news. She's trying to be politically correct. She's saying like, oh, well, I'm a Southerner, so, we don't really do that.
So it's like, just because you're from the South, I'm supposed to hate niggas. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I gotta think this way, and I don't want no crosses burning in my yard, because niggas is okay with me.
It's such a huge cop out. It's like taking the responsibility from yourself and saying that since I'm a part of a community, the community looks at things this way, then I have to look at them that way too.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really have no choice in the matter.
Because, I mean, you got to think about how brutal the white supremacists have been, whether they were, regardless of what side they've been on. Like, if you agree too much with, the progression of black people, shit, you gonna, like, they're gonna treat you just like, shit, you worse than a nigga.
Yeah.
You a nigga lover.
Right. And we'll string you up right along next to them.
I will look. I have your children scared for their life, and we probably gonna beat your husband up in the street, and you got to deal, with all of them coming to you, looking, looking for some kind of somebody to ease them down or cool them down or whatever. Like, they always have been brutal, and anybody who thinks that these Democrats have been nice at some point, they haven't.
It's a face, it's a mask that they put on.
It's just totally covert racism. That's all it is. They lied to your face, and they still go do exactly what the hell they planned to do from the beginning, which is nothing.
Yeah, they talk that shit and then go attend the Klan rally that night.
Yeah.
Let me read some comments underneath. DLQ Lee is the one who posted this. His comment is, they couldn't stand the thought of black people being able to have an equal opportunity to have a better life. Damn shame.
Well, his dumbass, he'll probably, just because of what they're saying, he'll swear to God that those are Republicans.
Yeah, he's
and I guarantee you, it's a mixture. There are Republicans and then there's Democrats. There's both in those crowds of people that
and that's why, as a community, we can't be looking for leaders who are comedians, basketball players,
because they get paid to say what they say. Like, especially DL Hughley. Like, I never really was that fond of his comedy, and he needed some way for him to be able to make money and continue. So okay, I get it. But for people who really listen to him and like, bro, like, you're worse off because you're not even in a position to think for yourself. Listen to what the hell he got to say. He's getting paid by most likely Democrats, because that's who he takes up for all the time.
Yeah. So and most of the stuff is unintelligible, and sensational. So, and that's what people attach to. They want something. They want to be angry. So he doesn't really give a lot of his commentary. Isn't educational. It's all just like something to get you riled up. But that's what you do when you're an entertainer. That's how you get paid. India Arif posted on this same one. She said, and this is what it looks like to be on the wrong side of history. Some of y'all need to check yourselves. Don't at me because I don't care.
Don't give a fuck.
Another comment. It says, they just hate us so much since the beginning of time, and their hate keeps growing as we did something wrong being born into this world, just as they were born into this world. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. Just wait. I love people who love people. Don't hate you due to a color of your skin in which you didn't have any choice over anyway.
Well, yeah, but see, it's the science, bro. They're mad at science. The ones because I tell my son, it's not all white people that is gonna hate you and try to talk shit and say this and say that or whatever. But the ones that do are mad at science because like and there's white scientists, black scientists, Indian or from India, like all the scientists say that somebody has superior bloodline over yours. Well, pretty much everybody else has superior bloodline, whether what I'm saying, everybody in between black and white has superior bloodline over the Caucasians.
Well, the way I would say that is recessive genes, because you can't lump them all together because everybody doesn't have the same bloodlines, regardless of what ethnicity or background or cultural heritage. That's why I don't even like that. It's so hard to have these conversations because the racial
somebody's feelings.
No, not that. I mean, yeah, I do be concerned with that, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is, in my brain, it's hard for me to have these conversations because, like, we're talking about genetics, and then people want to turn genetics into race, which is not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, racial.
That's what it has turned into. That's what it has turned into. Like, I mean, like our race is based on our genetics. Like, for the most part, that's what it has turned into. So I mean,
right.
I didn't do it. You didn't do it.
I don't. I hate it. I hate it so much because it's confusion. Because I always say, like, the race that doesn't really exist. It's a social construct that's just created in people's minds. Like, it's not even real at all.
It is real. I mean, genetics is like, we're not all the same. And
yeah, but
for the most part, we have all of our system works the same, but because my skin just so happens to come out a different color, like just as individuals, we're all different. But even when we look at it based on race, because genetically we're different.
Yeah, but that's where you're saying you're inputting race and genetics together, and they're not the same.
A refill.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, the way they have categorized us racially puts us in those boxes together. So I mean, it's like I said, it's not my doing.
Yeah, I'll take a receipt.
This is something that has been going on for.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
For at least the last century or longer. You know what I'm saying? It's a new construct because, I mean, when when we were at the head of everything, we didn't break people up like that. But of course, when you're inferior, you have to find a way to make yourself superior. And I get it. But instead of just saying, because it's not us that did this.
I agree with that. Let me read some more comments under here. It says, not much has changed. Well, hello, neighbor. Another one says, less than 60 years ago. Some don't even want to think about how recent this was, or is. Shall I say is.
I know.
Another one says,
but that's the thing. Like, the whole, because I'm sure we'll end up talking about this more, but the whole idea of not wanting to even talk about slavery in school anymore, they want to call it involuntary removal, or in some crap they coming up with in Texas.
Yes, they're not slaves. They're what was it? No. They were involuntarily relocated. Yeah. That's some crazy shit. They wasn't kidnapped and turned into slaves and taken over the sea into a new place. They was involuntary relocated. That sounds a lot better.
No, it actually sounds like bullshit because like like for kids, like, all right, do you know how how pissed off kids are gonna be when they grow up and they realize like mom and dad was just full of shit? Because I mean, there's when they realize what that means, and somebody who's just gonna be very candid with them about history, because like I'm gonna be with my son, and anybody that takes a lesson from me, they're gonna hear slavery and then this whole story of what kind of bullshit they try to pull because they're so ashamed of their past that and obviously it's not really just their past because they're also making it their current. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and I agree with you because this is a mess though. Because let me read this comment. It says this is the type of clips they should show in schools. It's real eye-opening. So look, and it's back to what you're saying because like they use that whole critical race theory. Like, okay, so if the teacher was to play this in class, they would call it critical race theory, and everybody would lose their shit. So this is what it is. This is what it is. When they say critical race theory, they don't want nobody to see this. It's only 60 years ago. The kids should see this shit. This should not be eliminated out of school.
But when everything is based on a lie, like I mean, they're really setting themselves up for their own children to hate them. Instead of being like, yeah, we did some fucked up shit, and you know what? We need to do things to make ourselves better. This is not who we are today, and we should, what I'm saying? But they don't want to be accountable. They want to hide it, sweep it under the rug, and act like it never happened. When there's people who still have grievances, like they haven't even tried to clear up the whole reparations, like try to, like they won't even fix the part that they messed up, so that it would be easier for them to sweep it under the rug, where people won't be like, still talking a bunch of shit about what happened to them, and like, because it's not going to end.
It's not, because I get what you're saying, because the thing where people say, where my 40 acres and a mule at, and they actually have a valid argument.
And when they killed off a president to keep from giving us our 40 acres and a mule, because that was the thing that Abraham Lincoln was like totally like, we gotta give them land, we gotta give them this or that, like we can't just leave them out here with nothing, and that's why they killed him. Like there was a whole nother proclamation, it was a whole nother proclamation. I forget the rest of it, but the Emancipation Proclamation was a whole nother article than what we see today. Everything that was supposed to be promised to us, they pretty much went and pulled it out. They did a whole new document. So
and 40 acres. Even today, that's a long ass time ago. But if you gave 40 acres and a mule, these
every
dudes
woman and child,
they would be rich. Rich
us?
as fuck. Yes.
You said us? Oh, you said they would. No, yeah.
Whoever received.
We would be okay. And like all the bullshit, like we wouldn't give a damn, because guess what? We would have been able to have our own schools. We would be able to do all these. But I mean, because they wanted their cake and eat it too. They want to be able to usurp, like they want us, our spending habits to go over into their neighborhoods.
Yes,
and their corporations.
And that's what I was about to say, because that's what this makes me think about. I think about integration because it happened over and over and over again. But integration was a real turning point, I think, for the negative impact of Black people. It really was. It really was. And I don't think that people can really see it that way, even though, because Black people was suffering as a result of segregation. We're talking about the old South and them not being able to use bathrooms and water fountains. but black people were building shit back then, and
Well,
they had their own shit.
That's the biggest fear, because I mean we talk about, you know, Tulsa and, you know, there's South Carolina, and like there's different places where, shoot, New Orleans, like I mean there was a lot of different places that had Galveston, you know, like there's a bunch of places that were doing great, but
So
because of their hatred and like because them like they would, their whole purpose for blowing up Tulsa or trying to ruin, you know, these places that we lived in and our own communities is because if they continue, if they did not do what they did, guess what would happen? We would like the country
be balling. We would have states that would be ours and shit. So I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm like,
we would
what
be
if,
running the country for the
what if segregation
we would have had more children. We were so conservative, like when money's getting bad for us, like we stopped having children the way we used to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and just think if we was balling and we continued having children the way we used to, what was gonna happen?
Imagine how many things would be different. Like we would have our own police, so you wouldn't have police coming in there and killing your people and shit like that. I mean, so many things would be different. You know, I think that the whole community would be more united. People would look out for each other. We have the hashtag of Buy Black. You know, they trying to push that hashtag. It's been going for a while. Buy Black, Black economics, and all of this. If segregation continued, people would have no choice but to buy black for the most part. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't even have to have a hashtag that says Buy Black. It would just be what people did. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, like say, bro, others would be forced to do the same. Like that's, you know what I'm saying, like how we just up and go spend money with you know the biggest corporations to the Nigerians on, you know, down at the corner, the Asians at the you know, liquor stores or whatever.
And this is so deep because I don't think we would even have slums and ghettos like we do, because the way the cities are designed, the black people are pushed into the shitty areas and that's where they live or whatever. But if it was black areas, certain areas, the black people would build it up and it would not be a ghetto. It would not be trash.
Look, say, bro, I'm gonna tell you, like, I mean, because you know the thing about it is, like, we're already been a very influential people, even with the minute power that we have been able to have in the, you know, in the last few centuries, bro. Like, if we were able just on a equal stand, like, even if we were still just 12-15% of the population, and we were able to, you know, do, you know what I'm saying, we had the money, like, you know, we had more control over our communities and things like that, bro, there would be so much less problems in the entire world. I've already envisioned it, like, bro, like the entire world would be different. Because
you just blew my mind, because that I hear you. And because right now I'm just thinking about the companies and businesses that feed off of the black community, like the corner stores, I don't know, the liquor stores, the churches, and you know, all of these businesses that make money off of the black community. And most of the time, these are not black people. And you know,
just think about the guy that started the internet, the guy that came up with Wi-Fi. Like, these are black people that came up with these ideas for the internet, the computer, like all these different things that we have. And if we were able to invest in it you know, up front with our own people that came up with it, instead of it getting stolen, I mean, where would we be? Like, you know what I'm saying?
We would be the ones with that technology, or at least the first ones, and be able to sell it out and make a bunch of money. And what about sports? I mean, there's so many parts to this. If we were still segregated, how would professional sports look? And how would the colleges and shit and look? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Who would go to a sports game that's not a black school?
Nobody. And like all of the white kids that are good at playing sports, they'll be at a black school.
They're gonna be trying to get into black school. So it would be the opposite. Because right now you have the best people, the best black folks getting taken out of the hood and putting into University of Ohio, University of Kansas, or some fucking bullshit like that. Because he's a talented, whatever. And then he goes to university. He totally got plucked out of the community and put over here with them. And they get to benefit from it, and the community just lost another fucking person that could have had a positive impact on that community.
Yeah, but I mean, I think about even just with like Louisiana, because I mean, a lot of people like they look for LSU, like that's where like people come from all across the country trying to go to LSU, but still, just in the state of Louisiana, Southern University was able to grow like it should have. Grambling would have been able to grow like it should have. Bro,
imagine. And my brain just goes crazy because somebody said it one day. Because I was taught all the time that segregation, because that's what we see. We see the fountains and the people, and then we see the shitty schools that they were going to. And then that's what they show us in the pictures. And they're like, segregation was terrible, black people were suffering, segregation, integration helped black people. And that's what I generally thought, you know what I'm saying, growing up and all the whatever. And then I heard somebody say segregation was the worst thing that happened to black people. And I was like, say what? What the hell? That don't even make no sense to me at all. That's how I felt when I first heard it. But then I started looking into it more and more and more and more and thinking about it more and more and more and more. And I'm like, wait, there's something here. There's something that happened there at that moment. And it wasn't for the benefit of us.
It definitely wasn't. Like I mean, they knew. Like the one thing about, I ain't gonna lie, they are very calculated. They're far from dumb. Like these, I talk my shit about them, but they definitely far from dumb. Because they knew, like they saw right away what it did when they boycotted the bus. Like even back when the bus was a nickel or a dime, and them nickels and dimes wasn't showing up the way that they used to. Shit, they no, look, shit, look.
You can sit wherever you want to on the bus, as long as you pay that nickel. We losing way too much money, and that's so true because that's what happens. Boycotts work. What they care about is money. It's always economics. You know what I'm saying? It's all it's the economy, stupid. That's what it is. So yeah, when they organized that that bus boycott, that hurt them. That hurt them bad because who is riding the damn bus? To this day, who is riding the bus?
Shit. Black folk.
Come on. I mean, other people do ride the bus, but it's driven by black folks.
I don't know.
Period.
I haven't ridden the bus in a long time, and the bus ride I was on was like right off of it ran straight through LSU campus. So yes, it was the one that I used to ride had everybody on it. But like from what I like these days, who I hear talking about catching the bus, that's saying anything about catching the bus is mostly black women, but yeah, there's
and it's an economic thing. So, but then we talk about the cities, the way the cities was built, because we talked about this at work. I talked about this at work with somebody about how, like, remember when they were talking about the light rail, and it was supposed to go all the way to Katy and all of that shit, and then everybody, people pushed against it, and so it didn't happen like that. And so, but look what we have.
Like a mortar station for in Atlanta, the mortar or something like that. You talking about something like that?
I don't know that station. Don't give me the line. I don't know I can't compare because I have no idea. I know that they have a light rail there, but I don't know anything about it at all. So I can't say it. I'm sure it's more expensive.
It's just a train. I mean, it's a part of the busing, like the whole transportation, because like you can catch. You catch the bus, like if you catch the train to one side of town, when you get off there and you still need to make it a little further, you jump on the bus. It's all by mortar. And you catch the train, you be able to catch the bus from this part or whatever, and then you might have to walk the rest of the way if depending on how far the bus will take you. But
yeah, I think that's more. I don't know that system, but I'm willing to bet it's more efficient than the one that we have here. And that's my point. My point is that how they politicized the whole thing and they pushed against it. They were talking about the taxes and all of the property taxes and all of this. So it ended up being this little short train that we have. And basically the train is inept. It's almost useless. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I used to ride the train when I went to HCC. I went to HCC Central, and it was useful for that because parking was a bitch downtown. So like it was a lot of advantages for me to take that train. But that was all. It wasn't that far, a few stops. So like what I mean is the train should, the way the city is built, the city of Houston is built for cars. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you live out there in Katy right now, you can't catch a bus out there. You got to have a car. There's no bus routes that go out there. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
What
I
I'm
mean,
saying
shoot,
is,
even because I mean, you know, I was like 2 or 3 miles from Katy where I live, so you know, I mean, thank God I didn't really need the public transportation, but just saying, like, I mean, I know people that's around there that shit. They
well,
probably
look,
could they could have used it if
they
they
could have
had, you
benefited
know.
from it. And that's my point. Because we just said, like, black people tend to be, you know, a lot of black people ride the bus. And then, like I said, in Houston, they were trying to make this train. And somebody realized who was going to actually benefit from this train and didn't want no money out of their pocket to go into it. Do you understand what I'm saying? This ugliness. And then, like I say, the city is built for cars. So, you know, if you
But,
don't have as much
but
money,
see,
you don't have a
but see,
car, you're fucked.
But right now, I'm sure Houston has to be one of the cities that's experiencing, you know, some of the, you know, like a lot of people not, you know, like they're not able to take jobs because they can't get to it. And if
So
they would have had this system in place
exactly.
where you can have almost anybody from any part of town to be able to go wherever, you know, in the city, or at least to be able to cross through and catch, you know, whatever.
So this is control because we have to pay for that gas. What we was talking about in the other show, whatever price that gas is, when you pull up to the pump, you got to pay that shit, right? That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
You can argue and cry about it, but you got to pay that shit. That's the only way you're going to be able to get back and forth wherever the hell you got to go. So, but if you had another option, well, you're a truck driver, so that's special. But if other people had another option to get to work, you know, during these times with these really high gas prices, do you not think that there would be a lot more people on that damn train if it went to fucking Katy?
Oh man, bro, you have no idea. That's exactly. I mean, I know we're expressing the same point, but yeah, I mean, bro, and then you wouldn't have to, like, you'll have a whole nother pool of people that don't mind jumping on that train or the, you know, the connecting bus to be able to get to whatever job that they can get. Like, but right now there's a bunch of people on that side of town that, shoot, they can't even commute right in that same little area. Like, there's no system, no transportation system out there on that end of town, so where any of those people, those shit probably, I know a couple of 100,000, if not over 1 million. There's probably over 1 million people right there. Like, yeah, not that would need it, but I'm gonna say a couple of 100,000 that would probably be using that service, and would go from Katy to freaking LaPorte if they needed to. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I was distracted by a text.
Well, okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, like, if they needed to, if they could get from Katy to all the way over to LaPorte, they would do it if that was necessary, or downtown, or shoot to Conroe, or, you know.
And what is the future? You see a lot of these cities. I'm noticing, you know, the city center. Y'all know the city center area, right? Right there off of I-10, and what is that?
The Budweiser, I-10 and
no,
Budweiser?
It's not Budweiser. It's way closer in. Anyways, but it don't matter. The way they're building a lot of these little areas, if you notice, they're really beautiful, but they're not very friendly to cars. Like this little area that I'm talking about, you know, it's really for walking around in. You know what I'm saying? You park your car and you walk around to different whatever shops. You can drive through there,
like
but
down by the University of Houston, like around that area.
It's right. It's right off of I-10 and what is that? The Beltway. It's right off I-10 and the Beltway. But they're building.
And the belt. You
It,
talking
it
about on
doesn't
the
matter.
east side or the west side? I'm just.
Well, right there where I-10 and the Beltway cross. Oh, it crossed in more than one spot, huh? Going towards Katy, like
okay, all right, on that end, on the west side.
Gessner, right there,
on the west side.
Memorial Mall.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about that specific place, but I'm just bringing them up because of the idea of how you build a city. You know what I'm saying? That's a little microcosm. And then that's where they're going with the future because it's safer for the kids walking around. Everything is better when you have less cars. It really is. And you got other cities that are building this way. You know what I'm saying? You have places that's in the States that are already like that. My son's mom's from Boston.
But
you know,
that's
they got
another form of that's another form of control too, though.
What do you mean?
For them to do the setup that way, I mean, you know, like, okay, I guess, like, I'm assuming you can still use your car, but like the limiting access to cars in certain areas, you know, like that's, you know, more that you're gonna be able to get picked up on those cameras, and they, you know, you were here, you did this, you did that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think that makes a difference because when you're in your car, they know who you are most of the time, anyways. I mean, you got your license plate.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, at the same time, it's just like, okay, you only have so much time that you can move through a certain area. You know what I'm saying? You're not in and out in 5 minutes. No, it's going to take you 30, 45 minutes if you're walking through this area. You know what I'm saying? And you're probably still in this area. We can block. I'm just saying, like, I mean, it's probably more on a security level, but yeah, that's still another form of control.
Yeah, maybe. And I'm thinking about like the bikes, you know, like I went to LA and they have those bikes, scooters. They're scooters. Yeah, the scooters. And you know, that's cool as fuck, right?
Hell yeah.
And here in Houston, they have the bicycles, and you can pick those up at any station and then drop them off at a whole nother one. Because, you know, we have the trails that go along the bayou, and they go over the whole city. So you can ride that bike. You know, you rent the bike, and then you can turn it in at the other place. You don't have to take it back where you got it from because they have all these different stations.
Yeah, no, yeah, they got, yeah, it can, yeah, you just as long as you return it to one of those, well, I don't even know. Like, you don't even have to. Like, you could just leave it on the corner. I think, of some places.
No, I think you could do that with the scooters in LA, but I don't think you could do that with the bikes. They might charge you for the bike or something. You have to turn it back into one of those stations.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't really see my brother and my nephew use the scooters, and they told me how cool that shit was. But I guess the only thing was with the timing. Like, I guess the parking lots and this, that, and the other out by the beach and stuff, like, I guess they close at a certain time or something. And, you know, that presented a problem. But other than that, like they said, it's like, it was cool as hell to be able to, you know, just jump on a scooter. They go cruise around on the beach, and it was, you know.
Yeah, we had that in San Antonio. When we stayed in San Antonio, people return them. They returned them to the hotel. And you can rent it from right there. Scan the QR code, pay on your phone for the day, and yeah, they return them back there to the hotel, and they put it in this little docking thing, so they're always charged up for you.
Yeah.
And that was pretty cool, man. You can ride it around downtown. You know, you don't really ride it on the Riverwalk, but you can ride it around downtown.
Yeah. So like. That's what we need to be thinking is what I'm saying. Like, and we shoot ourselves in the foot because a lot of us probably voted against that light rail and they tricked us and scared us. And they're talking about, oh, your property taxes are going to go up. Oh, it's going to cost all of this and all of that or whatever. Like,
yeah, but they wasn't saying all that when it was about the what's that shit, the Beltway and all that. When they're coming up with them loops that they can charge. The city is charging you for every time you pass a certain so many miles on that mug.
Exactly. And how much did they spend on that shit? And then
and then it was your money, and then they used your money.
And now you gotta
build it.
pay. And then they're like, okay, well, you just gotta pay the toll until it's paid for. You mean to tell me I'll probably pay for the damn tollway myself. I drive that thing all the time, every day. And I still gotta pay? How long do we have to pay? Shouldn't they have like a sign up that says, okay, we're about to be, once we reach this amount, then
look, 18,000 more cars, which will happen in a day. You know what I'm saying? After 18,000 more cars paid, then it's free from here on, you know.
But there ain't nothing that say that. It ain't gonna never happen. It ain't never gonna happen. They lied to us.
I think, say, bro, I believe that Beltway is owned by people and not the city.
Yeah.
Just like, cause I mean, out here in Chicago, there was a couple
it's not even
of
owned by the
areas.
state, bro.
Yeah,
That shit is owned by
the
Beltway is owned by a French company. They're not even from here. They're French.
Yeah, see. But look, and that's the same way. I think it's a Chinese company and a Saudi. No. They said that it's a Chinese company that owns the toll, like this one of the tolls here in Chicago, and then there's like a Saudi Arabian or something like that that owns the parking meters. That's in Chicago. So like, I mean, a lot of this stuff
Privately owned. These niggas then use public money to build the infrastructure, and then they just make the profit off of it. But what I'll say about the tollways is, it seems like they maintain them pretty damn good, better than the other freeways, and the service on those freeways are a lot better too. So if you get into
an accident or your car breaks down, there's somebody already en route that's gonna pass you. You're not gonna be on there more than like 10 or 15 minutes.
And they don't even charge you, because it happened to me. My car just stopped right at the toll pay thing.
It happened to Alero. I remember that. Like I was so thankful. I was like, oh my God, because I'm on the road somewhere. And she calls me. She's panicking. You know what I'm saying? And said, oh wait a minute, somebody's pulling up. I don't even think 5 minutes passed before they got her off the road. You know what I'm saying?
And they don't charge you. It's a service.
My thing is, I feel like if you paying for it, then why do they control the speed? Like the one around Houston.
I used to say that all the time.
The one around Houston is 65 miles an hour. You go up to Dallas, theirs is 80. San Antonio and Austin, their toll road is 80. 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't understand. When I used to always speed on the tollway, because I always feel like I'm paying to get on this motherfucker. I should be able to go as fast as I want. Fuck that. But this is what I'll say about that. Not everybody can control their car the same way. You know what I mean? They have like the Autobahn, right? It's in Germany, right? And I don't think it's no speed limit on there at all.
Yeah, it is. And the deed restricted parts of it, it's a speed limit. And then you get outside of the city parts of it, then you can, do 200-300 miles an hour, however fast you want to go.
Yeah, and what's cool, that's cool as fuck. But most Americans, I would say, would kill their damn self on that fucking freeway because they don't know how to fucking control their fucking car. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't be a good thing for Americans to have that option, I would say, for most of us. Now, I would get on that hole and fly because that's what I can control my car. I used to play Gran Turismo for so many hours. I love driving games. Grand Theft Auto.
This the nigga that had a flat because he hit a curve, but he said he can control his car.
I do hit curves. I hit the shit out of curves, but I don't hit other cars. Like I've had like one accident my whole life. I don't hit cars.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But
okay, all right. I was about to hang up and try it again. But no, I think the biggest problem with that type of system here in America, especially, say Texas, because if it's like long road, like shoot, a lot of states going on the like mountains, like Colorado and Kansas and Oklahoma, different parts of Texas. shoot, it's 75, shoot, 80 miles an hour, but you got long periods that you can go at those high speeds. You don't have that in most places around the country.
Well, Texas is big enough to do that, though, Pat.
Well,
how many other states, guys? You know, and then what's tricky about that is if those speed limits change depending on the jurisdictions, you could come out of an 85 speed limit and go right into a 55.
Well,
and then it's a cop right there.
But that's how a lot of stuff is set up because you're in and out of little towns. So I mean, it depends on the highway, but you still, you can drive 75 in a lot of areas, but you better be ready because it's gonna be that 75, 65, 60, 55, 45, 35, 35, 35, maybe 25 here and now again, and then it's gonna go 45, 55, 65, 75. You're just gonna have those little areas, but
you have to watch them signs.
Yeah, but the biggest problem is our cars ain't shit. Like I mean, we talking about the Autobahn. And
I was gonna mention that.
Built vehicle, bro,
I was gonna mention
built vehicles. Shit, I mean, almost like they lower end cars are built better than shit. Somehow,
if we tried to do 250, 300 in these cars, our shit gonna blow the fuck up.
Man, the wind, man, say, bro, it's just we driving tin cans and shit. We'll be having shit flying off the car, going the mirror gone, the damn the windshield wipers done flew off, like everything came off. We driving like that around with these cars.
Yeah. So we need some German built cars to handle that 250.
No, we need some American cars that's built like, at a certain quality, at a higher quality. That's what we need.
Yeah.
But they, if they charging what they charge now for the bullshit, man.
Let me read some comments. Elliot says, all I ever asked for was a checkbook for the taxes that we pay. We will never get it.
A checkbook.
I like what he's mean. What he means is, itemized.
Let me see where you spent it.
Let me see an itemized version of the money you took from me and what you spent it on.
Oh damn! Oh, I need to get over here.
So they're not gonna do that ever. But what I'll say, Elliot, is there is ways to look at some of that stuff because they have to disclose some of that information, but they're not gonna be able to tell you specifically where your money went. But there's websites and stuff that you can look at for stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you what, most cities, most of their budget goes to policing municipalities.
So if you get caught up by the cops, you can say that you put a bounty on your own head.
Yeah. So like 30, 40, some states, some cities is 50% of their fucking, revenue goes towards the police. So his last comment said military state, but that's on the federal level because you have local taxes, state taxes, and then you have federal taxes.
That's not true. That's not true, bro. Say, bro, the local your local police got just as much military equipment as your federal do you really pay attention to some of these budgets that you
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but they're spending their money. They're spending city money or state money. The federal money goes towards those the war and the airplanes and shit.
Look, no, they're not all spending just their own money. Like they're getting money from the government too. Like they're like one of those like based on money's available. If they qualify, they got they did this, they did that. Whatever the government is like the federal government gives them money too. Especially especially some of the big cities. It might not be like every little small town, but it's the ones where that's highly populated cities. The federal government will shit. Okay, look, you need you want a tank, you want a Humvee, that's bulletproof or whatever. Like bro, they getting funding from the federal government too.
Let me read some more comments. He says, freedom is morals and principles overstood. No moral relativism. Okay, there was a lot there. Military state. That's how Eon became a billionaire. How did Eon become a billionaire? What are you talking about? He said government money. Oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense. And, I put a post up on my thing. I wonder, it's probably not there, but about Eon and, Elon Musk, Bill Gates,
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Elon. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and another one was on that.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all had me fucked up for a second. I was like, Eon.
Yeah, I think that's how you say his name for real.
No, it's Elon.
Yeah.
No,
but
how he says it is Elon.
Yeah. Either way.
Okay.
Damn it, you made me forget what I was saying. Fucking them people talk about how like they made themselves who they are or whatever. Yeah, all of that shit. So, but it's bullshit, and that's what I be saying all the time. Elon Musk's dad was
a diamond.
Right. Do you think he got that like fairly or whatever? Like it was in the DRC. No, South Africa. South Africa.
Yeah,
you remember?
Yeah, South Africa.
You remember what happened in South Africa? They took black people lands and just gave it to white people. Like that's just what they did. So Elon Musk's dad having a mineral mine in South Africa, I'm sure it was given to him, literally. And so that's another thing. And then Elon Musk being the guy that he is, not to say that he's not a genius or whatever. It's not a smart guy, good businessman or whatever the hell. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if my dad was a owner of a diamond mine and he, what I'm saying, I'd probably be a lot more successful today, is what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness.
What was it? Warren Buffett? I don't know. His people gave him money.
Yeah, because I'm sure there was people that invested in him, but I mean, I'm sure he started off with a nice, pretty penny himself. Yeah. And I mean, and like I said, I mean, people like that, they understand how to create their own bank. You know what I'm saying? Like buying insurance. With let's say they got a $50 million. Shoot, they got $1 billion pretty much at their disposal because of the insurance policy.
Stuff like that, but a lot of that has to do with connections.
Y'all talk about control. This is true control. Right now, what I'm experiencing, I need fuel because I can't go to my delivery, make my delivery, and then make it back to a truck stop. Because the company only gives me 128 gallons per day that I can use, that I can fuel with. So now I'm having to sit here and wait till midnight, which is another 10 minutes away, just so I can get fuel.
Or you would have to pay out of pocket.
I could probably use the company credit card, but for that I would have to call my manager and get an approval for that. Most of the time he probably just tell me, nah man, just wait it out for 10 minutes. So, or I could wake my co-driver up, but why would I disturb him? He's back there asleep on his 10-hour break. Wake him up. That 2 minutes of me, that 1 minute of me waking him up for his fuel card could cause him not to be able to go back to sleep the remainder of his 10-hour break.
Yeah.
So that's control. That's I can't stand that shit. Like, bro, and where I'm going to is in the middle of nowhere. The nearest right now, I'm at this truck stop. I'm 100 miles away from my delivery. Once I make it to my delivery, the nearest truck stop for my delivery is another 60-something miles. So by the time I make it to my delivery, I'm already at the line before E. By the time I make it there, we're going to be on pretty much with the fuel light on. We're not going to be able to make it.
I had a similar experience over I guess you could say over the weekend. I was I guess when I was heading to Colorado last week, I told you I was only filling up one tank. I wasn't filling up both tanks because it just seeing that money go all at one time just was, heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you know, I could only make it like 400 or 500 miles before I could see another. Like I was gonna go probably a good at least 400 or so, 400 or so miles without a fuel station that, you know, one of the, you know, recommended fuel stations. And you know, I'm definitely not trying to pay directly out of pocket or use one of my personal credit cards. So I had to fill up both tanks this time, bro. Man, that shit hit me for like 11, because I was already low, but shoot, $1,100 for the real fill up.
Mhm.
Man,
But you
it
think
was,
about that. That cost is going back to the American people.
huh?
I say that cost by you spending that money, that's gonna in return go to the American people.
You think so?
As truck
I,
drivers, I mean, that's why the cost of shit has gone up. Food,
but well, see,
everything else.
see, I don't. Are they paying y'all any more for moving the freight that y'all move? Because
Well,
that they
we
have, we're
well we
not
just
we
got a
ha-
raise.
I have.
We
Well, yeah, I haven't seen a rate increase yet. Like
well they
actually, like it's actually, I was seeing. I think it's even less than what they were, you know, paying before for a
yeah.
lot of these loads.
Well, we
You
just
know,
got a raise. We got raised up to we get $44 a day each daily salary. Plus we get paid $3 an hour, 24 hours a day. So that's an extra $72 a day. Plus they raised us up to $30 an hour for delay for and we get delayed from the time we get there to the time we leave. Um, and they raised our mileage pay up to I think 77 cents a mile. So I mean, but I don't know if
well, I mean, yeah, it's
I'm
different.
assuming that they're charging more for their product that we
Well, see,
haul.
and that's the part that I'm trying to get, because, like, bro, I mean, I know people that's getting, you know, that's getting some real money out here. Shit, $4, $6, $10 a mile on some of these loads, but it's flatbed. So I mean, I would have to, you know, sever my, you know, my ties with this company, buy a flatbed, and yeah, I mean, cause I ain't gonna lie, it's something that's been on my mind, but like, bro, I mean, shit, I need to make some money,
Hmm.
Let
you
me
know.
read some comments, y'all. Elliot says moral relativism is right or wrong, determined by how you feel, not what is right. Okay. And he says you can take interest off of insurance depending on how much money you put in that is secured. Business LLC is a loophole to rich wealth. Gas prices went from 120 a barrel to under 100. So why are prices is still down fucking high then? I'm
because
eating
that,
off of
because
oil now.
not
Oh,
see the whole thing is that they want the American people to be like, to hell with this whole gas situation, and they want like more people, because like them not being able to get that infrastructure, you know, the Build Back Better plan done, where it would have allowed them to be able to, you know, print up a bunch of money to build, you know, try to, I guess, try to, you know, this infrastructure for green. Like, bro, like this is the punishment we get for not going along with that program.
let me read some more comments. These comments aren't showing up on the main page. I do not know why. They're only showing on Facebook. It's a weird thing. I've been trying to figure this out. It might have something to do with their privacy settings that they do, because some people, whatever. Let me read the comments. It says, jobs are now asking, do you have decent transportation for flexibility hours? Katie Seco Ranch is made for the up and coming that would have transportation. Another comment, it says Hurricane Katrina,
Those people were involuntarily relocated. That is BS. The students and parents are not complaining about this, but we would get fired. It's just bringing up religion in the classrooms. Involuntary relocation. Those are late. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize.
No, it's all good. But I mean, shoot, boy, they better be glad I ain't no teacher. Like you know, I got much respect for teachers, but at the same time, like for the teachers that just go along with the bullshit, like I got some shit to say. It's like y'all, like this is really, you know, it's like shit. Come drive a truck with me. Shit. Do something. I don't know. Like you willing to and then, I mean, just think about it. Like there's a bunch of black teachers that's gonna have to go along with this program. So, no, like, and like I mean, just think about like all the teachers that talk shit about this whole new math thing. Like, bro, like they do all this bullshit, new ways of trying to teach kids, which is frustrating them. The teachers are frustrated because like they know that there's an easier way to do it all. The kids just kind of just going. It's like what what is like? Wait a minute, I got to do this a circle. How many circles? You know what I'm saying? Like it's they setting themselves up for their own destruction. Like these kids are gonna be like the generation right now, like what we call millennials or not really the Z. Bro, these kids ain't playing, and I'm telling you, like they got a whole different mindset. For those of y'all who not honest with them, they gonna be ready to take your head off because of all the shit y'all put them through.
Yeah, they wily. They don't. You know, Pat, Elliot says, Pat, you would get fired ASAP.
All
Hey,
time.
bro.
I already know, bro. Look, them motherfuckers. Look, before they started, like they fired me before they started to implement it because I done talked so much shit before it came. They gonna look. They's like, look, you know what? We just look. Here go a severance package. Severance package.
They're not gonna give you no severance package. They just gonna say go home. Let me play this.
Well, it's actually hard for them to just fire you as a teacher because you're under contract.
Yeah,
So that shit has to go through the teachers union. Oh yeah, if they just fired him because of his freedom of speech, fuck yeah, they'll have to give him a severance package.
No, I mean he was saying that
top.
he was saying that at the beginning they're gonna fire him like before he finished the interview and shit.
Yeah, I mean, say, bro, look, I already know, like me, like getting a job anywhere is a problem for me. Like I have like my nuts hang too low, bro.
Yeah, it's a problem for me too. I swear, all my jobs I got off of knowing somebody. I suck at interviews. People don't hire me from interviews. They don't like me.
Bro, I didn't realize I mean, but you know the people that I work with now, like you know, because I mean I'm an owner operator, you know, so I have my own shit, but like they like, you know what I'm saying, they expect it. I guess they like me and how I am or whatever, but that's not a popular thing, you know what I'm saying? And I mean these some white folks out, you know, I work with, shit, you know, I ain't gonna lie, they rebellious as hell too. Like they be upset with a lot of the governmental shit or whatever, but however, it's just like me going to just a regular job. Like I already know I'm not gonna want to be there. My attitude probably will be not like I ain't trying to kiss nobody ass. So
Elliot,
I mean, I know how to be nice, but
Elliot says my best teachers didn't go by the books, and I would agree with that wholeheartedly, Elliot. I think my best teachers didn't teach from the book either.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. The teachers I had the most respect for, all right, Miss White, because she passed me when she probably should have failed me, and Miss Dyer. Bro, Miss Dyer, I respected Miss Dyer because it was just like, it was almost like my mama teaching me, you know, it's like, Hey, look, I ain't, you know, like she'd cuss from time to time. Y'all cut that shit out now, and you'd be like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
bro.
And you know, with the whole thing, I saw some posts about how, like, because of the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida, if you're a teacher who is if you're a teacher who has like you know, if you're married to same sex partner, then you have to you can't display pictures of your spouse. I can't remember. There's some other impacts related to that. Um, if you're no rainbow clothing or some shit like that, like.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of that, I don't know if it really adds up. I mean, shit, you know, I got colorful shit my damn self, and you know.
So, but that's the result of this shit. And before I wanted to play this clip, but because
Hey, can I ask a question real quick, bro? Well, I ain't gonna say I didn't mean to cut you off. I did. That'll be a lie if I said I didn't. But why has something so innocent have been taken and used against people? It's like, bro, it's like the other day I went out with my wife and my kids. I got this cool ass polo shirt, and it's from the polo. It's the like crayon colors on there. You've probably seen that shirt before. It's navy blue, and it's got the crayon colors. You know, all of the colors on there. But my daughter even like we leaving the house, and my daughter's like, "Daddy, where you going with that rainbow shirt? You know it's Pride Month." And like literally, bro, before I even thought that it was my daughter, I was like, "What the fuck you mean? I don't give a fuck. I'm a nigga. Like I like pussy." And my wife was like, "Daryl, really? You saying that?" I'm like, "My bad." Like,
but see, and that's what's kind of messed up is because it's like, okay, pride, like, okay, people having pride in just being human, or you know, just like they are trying to usurp, and like if you go against pride, anything like they're I think it's all like, you know, diagnosed, like they have figured out, you know, on a psychological level of how to incorporate people into it more, because they would rather not have to try to have an argument or fight against it, because you know, like starting with the whole word gay, like, okay, what's wrong with being gay? I say, well, gay is happy. Nothing's wrong with being gay, but you're using it in a whole nother dynamic that I don't agree with. So now I'm pissed off because I can't even have a good argument with you because I'm supposed to be happy. I'm talking about something happy, but I'm mad.
You're an angry black man.
It don't even make sense. It's like,
you know what I'm saying?
It twists my brain up.
Hey, the minute you raise your voice, please, can somebody get security down here? As soon as you raise your voice,
angry
this
black
is not
man.
gonna end well. Yeah.
Yeah, but they psychologically have done this, bro. Like this, like they're like the what is it, the least resistance? Like they have made, like they figured out how to go through this.
You're breaking up
about it, but
okay.
I mean, after a while, it's just kind of like, cause like for me, I don't, you know, like look, I don't care what they do, like, you know what I'm saying, like there's people I love that are gay, you know what I'm saying, but at the same time, it's just like for this whole government, like this whole psyop that they're trying to put on, you know, mostly our kids, cause I mean, grown-ups, you can't, I mean, if you gay, you know what I'm saying, you probably always were, but
yeah,
I believe for kids is more so like they're, you know, from a young age somebody's telling them, you know, hey, yeah, you know, if you want to be a girl, guess what, you could be a girl.
But I always say slippery slope, because the people are like, it's okay with the Don't Say Gay bill, like there's nothing wrong with that. But then when you go down that road, then you end up on you wore a colorful shirt, and now you getting kicked out of school or some shit.
All right, bro. But do you believe that there would be protection for? Do you believe that there would be protection for gays and lesbians if let's just say if none of them were white and it was all minorities? Do you think they would have protection laws against that?
Bro, they are already protected. Say, bro, look, a lot. Say, bro, I ain't gonna lie, man, and this is gonna be somewhat controversial. So hang on to your seat. Like the whole gay thing is really to steal more from black people and to make us more obsolete, because like all of it, like they're taking all of the civil rights, you know, like everything that, you know, we fought for civil rights, they have kind of twisted it and tainted it. Like there's I was watching BTP today, Be the Power podcast. There's a woman from Howard University that's trying to use the 13th and 14th Amendment to be able to be able to get the abortion bill turned, instead of using it for what it's, you know, meant for, to give protection for black people who have been enslaved and to keep certain protections. Instead of actually using it what it's meant for, they rather usurp it for that. And you know, like it's almost insane, because for number one, this is a black woman that's trying to do this. That's like, to hell with us getting our rights. We're gonna use this constitutional amendment for something that is never was meant for, and use it for that, and screw the black people who this was really meant for. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like just really trying to, you know, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this whole abortion thing is for white women. Like it was like them taking it away was against white women that was, you know, probably mostly drug heads or whatever. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I know it benefited others, but that's the main people who was having abortions. There's a count of it.
Well, I'm glad you brought up abortion, because that's where I was going. Just because I was talking about slippery slope with the don't say gay bill in Florida. But if you look on the screen right here, I have a post that says a 10-year-old was denied an abortion in Ohio because she was more than 6 weeks pregnant. So again, this is what 10 years old.
And how did she get pregnant? By her uncle?
I don't know that. All I know is this post right here. It says a 10-year-old was denied an abortion in Ohio because she was more than 6 weeks pregnant. That's all I know about it. So, but what I'm saying is this is the slippery slope, and these are the unintended consequences. These are the results right here. Like we talking about the wild women out there who's not wanting to, you know, be, you know, mature and handle themselves and just want to have an abortion every freaking 6 months or whatever. But those aren't the people that's going to suffer. This 10-year-old girl in Ohio is the one that's going to suffer.
But it's gonna be a 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 other 10-year-olds that's gonna see that and be like, oh no, girl, no sir, you ain't bringing that little pecker around me.
They're 10 years old, Pat. They're 10 years old.
I hear you, but say, bro, look, man, I hear you, and I have some sympathy. But what I'm saying is that one example will definitely teach a lot more to be more responsible. Like that's my thing. Whether it's down to the parents making sure that their daughters and their sons understand what that act is having, because we have really we are devolving as humans. We gotta at some point turn it around and, you know, like be freaking what we say we are, freaking humans. Like we're acting like animals to some extent.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Let me read some comments. Elliot says, what's funny is gay marriage didn't become legal until Obama. And that is true. And look,
that's one of the reasons why they put him in there.
And that's another thing that can get pushed back really quickly. I mean, if they undid Roe versus Wade.
That's why they keep saying that Michelle was not a woman, was an actual man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and you know they say, well, uh, President Obama was our first gay president, and they said it, but try to make it like a president that was for gay rights, but at the same time, I think they know that they was also saying that he was gay as well. But either way, I mean,
I think whether Obama was gay or not, I think is beside the point. But the gay
yeah.
marriage did come out legally during Obama. But look, Obama wasn't that long ago. They overdid Roe versus Wade, and that's 50 years ago. So do you think how easy would it be for them to undo that?
Well, I mean, but see, the thing is, I don't. Has it come to? Is it? They have gay rights on a federal level right now. I thought it was still state by state.
I don't know about gay rights. We're just because gay right.
No,
how
mean,
can
gay
you
marriage? Gay
Okay.
marriage is what I mean. The rights for them to get married. That's what I mean when I say that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think it is.
Because innately, everybody has the right to be gay.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about
no.
as far as being able to get married and all that other stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's federal. I'm pretty sure that a state can't.
I didn't think it was. I thought there was still states that did not allow it.
No, I don't think so. I think that they could try to give you a hard time, but it's legal federally. It's a law.
All right, well, that's going to get turned around too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And it might be before Biden is out of office.
It could happen any day now. If somebody brings the right suit to the that makes it to the federal court. I mean the Supreme Court.
Say, bro, look like Republicans the only ones that know how to get shit done. So that might be in another month or two because that's they working.
Let me read some more comments. It says gays have more protection than blacks. Elliot says LGBTQ. I guess he means LGBTQ. And then he says American law can always be amended. No revolution, no peace. He means apathy. I don't remember what he was talking about. All the people that could expose Obama ended up dead. It's federal.
Well, I mean that's the same thing with Hillary. Hillary. Shit. You know how many people end up suicided because of her?
That's the same establishment. They are on the same, like literally the same team, but even more intricate than that. Like,
but look, but they try to talk shit about Putin, but Putin, he kind of like, yes, he was they'll tell you he was a spy or he was, some kind of espionage, this blah blah blah, and shit. The motherfucker got dropped off the side of a building, and nobody ain't gonna say shit because this is what happened to you motherfuckers if y'all go against us as a country. If you're a bitch, look, you need to go on and move to America
and go apply for the army because they're gonna accept you.
You know what I'm saying?
That's messed up. I ain't gonna lie, that's messed up. Because it's way too. That's why that little clip we played in that video got a lot of views too. But
the one we talked about the Russian army and the American army,
right? Because that damn commercial that they made was so good. I mean, I couldn't say it was actually 100% accurate, but it was fucking very close to.
Bro, I don't think they had no actors in it, bro. I think that was the real deal. I think that was their real shit. And but then for them to come up with that cartoon, yes, I'm so proud of my mothers and like, say, bro, the shit was so like it was too much, bro.
Let me read this. It says a doctor just declined to prescribe this patient their arthritis treatment because it could hurt a fetus that doesn't even exist. It says, I was told today that I could not be prescribed any longer because I am viably fertile. And that shit sounds like Handmaid's Tale again. Like, I swear to God, that show Handmaid's Tale, that shit is finna become a reality. Let me read the comment. It says, this is BuzzFeed who posted this.
Mortelius is a 40-year-old author and mortician living in rural North Carolina. They are practicing necromancer and witch, and they also have rheumatoid arthritis. Recently, they shared on Twitter that their doctor is refusing to continue prescribing the common arthritis medication methotrexate to them because it can also be used for abortion. To be clear, they are not currently or planning to become pregnant, and sadly, Mortellus isn't the only one running into this problem.
Look, and this is something to black women. Let's see if your doctors give a shit on what fucking kills your babies or not. Let's see if they change up the shit that they prescribe you. Because I mean, that's one of the things I need, like our black women to realize. Like, this had nothing to do with you, like nothing.
And I saw a post that said, "Doctors are to black women as police are to black men."
Yeah.
Oh
Because
my God,
bro, because like they already act like like we, what I'm saying, like we some damn. Really, we are to some extent. We are like superheroes to some extent, but what I'm saying, it's still crazy. Like we're humans. Like
and I this shit came up
yeah,
in my classes in the university, so I saw a lot of shit
yeah.
related to
Well,
this, and
well, and
it's
I think like shit like with 50 Cent making it through 9 bullet wounds and shit like that, it made it kind of bad for us because it's like they shot dude up 60 times. No, 90. Like they shot 90 rounds, and they said it was like 60 rounds in it. So it's like, bro, like y'all killed him about 8 times.
talk about overkill, right? Talk
You
about
know what
fucking
I'm saying?
overkill. So, but back, I want to come back to that because I have a clip on that, and I'm gonna come back to that right now. But first, I want
Yeah,
to say, the women. So, how many
yeah.
black women die in fucking childbirth and or just go to the doctor for random
But
ass
yeah,
surgeries and
but
die?
not because they're sick, but
Yeah,
it's because of neglect or just not giving proper care,
right.
or thinking that like these women aren't
And,
suffering
and it's
when they
more than
really are.
neglect. It's more than neglect because you got women that go in for regular procedure and they end up with a hysterectomy or something. Like that's not an accident.
Yeah, see, and that's the part. See that part, that part.
And this says, let me read a couple comments underneath the BuzzFeed. It says, "This has to stop, infuriating." Another one says, "The Handmaid's Tale vibes." And I swear that's what I said. When I saw this post, that's the first thing I thought of. Handmaid's Tale. It's like forcing you to have babies, forcing you to make babies.
Well, yeah, because see, all right, now look, the 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 whole problem with the Democrats is that they because see they're in on this, like they talking all this shit, but the the true like white supremacist types are in on it, or whether you were Democrat or Republican. So let's get that. That's understood. But because their numbers are declining and immigration is not helping them the way that they hoped it would, because most of the people that they come from South America, Mexico, if they come in here and they're white, most of them come and vote Republican, and a lot of them
That's
even
true.
are against immigration. Believe
That's
it or
true.
not.
That's true. That's all true.
So so that's like all of that stuff really like they figured at some point, hey, if they know it's us, blah blah blah. All right, it didn't work again. Okay, so now they're bringing people from Iraq and Ukraine and whatever. Maybe it'll work for them. I'm not sure because I think a bunch of the Nazis, the they tend to be on the Democratic side, so they might work there. But I don't think it was was it over 100,000 of them. I mean, it's not enough of them to make a difference in voting. You know what I'm saying? So they figure over time, like they do something now because they've already predicted that by 2040, like they were definitely going to be a minority in this country. So
I think that I don't even think that's going to matter because I've been thinking about that, and they got everybody with this damn Westernized mindset anyway, so it ain't even going to matter. We're going to have a bunch of brown people that are douchebags. Let me read Elliot's comment. He says it's all a cult in every aspect. Quityourcult.com. Thank me later. Started podcast number 1. And Chrissy said the school I taught at, they allowed a male to wear nail polish.
who said that? Chrissy?
But you can't. Yeah, but you can't. But you can't wear. But you better not wear no fruity colored shirt.
Well, but that's in Florida. I mean, you talking
Yeah.
about this is what state? Texas or California? Like, I mean,
It's
I don't-
Texas.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I don't like covering that shit with the fucking. And Tim is gonna talk about it on here. It's like Black Death shit. So if y'all haven't noticed, I don't never play the videos, and I barely ever touch on the subjects because they're so fucking. They get me emotional as fuck. I mean, I really.
Who you talking about?
Tim was gonna talk about the Jalen Walker shooting.
Oh, the 60 shots.
Yeah, and what I was saying was I don't cover that because it's very much because I always saying it's horror porn most of the time, and a lot of people get pleasure from those videos. They're really sick.
It's a certain demographic that really enjoys that.
That's what I'm saying.
Like a lot of the stuff. Like people tell me, yeah, I had plenty of chances to go back and see the one where it was in Buffalo because that shit was supposedly on video or recorded or whatever. Like this thing, like I don't want to see that. Like
Yeah.
I mean, me knowing it is
enough.
It's too. Yeah,
It's more than enough. More than enough. So yeah, I don't ever want to see them, and I hardly ever cover them. But we mentioned that one, and Timmy talked about it, and he was saying, I'm not covering this kind of stuff no more. That's what he said. He says this is the last one I'm going to cover. Let me play some of it.
Possibly have in one's possession, you no longer have it then. And there are people defending it. And I say, you know what? I quit. Yeah, man, I fucking quit, man. I quit. I'm done, man. I'm finished for 10 years. I've been covering police. 10 years I've been covering police killing, police shootings, police executions. I don't feel like I'm doing any good. All I'm doing is shortening my life, wasting the time of people that get it, just for a few other people to be happy someone's saying it. Be damned the person's gotta watch the shit. Be damned the person, the cumulative effect of continually watching people get killed and other people tell me, I didn't see what I thought I saw. There's a perfectly good explanation, Tim Black, why they had to shoot him that many times.
Just give me a couple minutes. I'll think of something.
Tim, you're a race hustler. You think they shot him 60 times because he's black. Yeah. The cops are racist. I'm the racist one.
They had a twitch in their finger. Their finger was itching. And the only thing to scratch it on was their trigger.
We go to Chicago. Well, Highland Park is near Chicago, but it's not Chicago. We got places like that in D.C. D.C.'s this place, but then there's Fort Washington, which is 5 minutes away, which is the richest community of black people in the country. The most number of well-off black people living there. It's not rich, but they're well-off. Right around the corner, you got some of the poorest, but right here in this particular enclave. So it is a different town. They have a different, Fort Washington's not incorporated though. So
Same
Highland
city.
Park's incorporated. They get their own mayor. So it's a difference. Fam. Anyway. I should have just been a rapper. Then people give a fuck what I talk about. Anyway, the point is, I got to watch this kid, this 22-year-old. Some say 21, some say 22. What's his name, man? His name escapes me. What's his name, Johnson? His name is Robert Crimo III. Crimo, the killer bastard, the killer.
There you go.
The first one was 6. Somebody didn't pull through. Now, but 7 people were killed by this guy. He killed 7 people from a rooftop at 4th of July parade with an AR-15 styled rifle. It wasn't an AR-15. It's AR-15 styled. Close enough, right? That's what they call it, AR-15 style, right? Okay. The gun people sure are sticklers for what types of guns are guns. I wish they were that much of a stickler for black people getting shot in the ass. It's not an AR-15, it's AR-15 styled. Get it right, Tim Black. This parasite, he planned this. He planned the disguise that he wore. He dressed up like a woman. He planned where he would ladder up, where he would get up on the top of the building. He planned escape routes. He even shot videos of it. Like on his little YouTube, like, I'm gonna be a shooter, like predicting it in the, like talking about it. I'm gonna kill, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go out in a blaze of glory. But he may have went out in a blaze of glory, but he's a white guy, so the cops wouldn't give him the benefit of that. So he shot up men, women, and children. And they look for him for 8 hours. They finally find him. They find this killer who just shot up a parade of innocent people just minding their business, doing the hot dog thing, kids on scooters and shit. They chase him. He doesn't just go, hey, I quit, I'm good. Lay down, take his clothes off. No, they chase him. They surround him. He gets out at that point. No one's afraid. He's in the car. He's got a rifle in the car. He's a known killer. He just killed 6 people and wounded 30 others, and they're not afraid. But they were afraid of Mr. Walker, who had killed no one, who had a traffic violation. That's it.
Because he got superpowers.
That's what he's going to say later.
I believe what saved Robert Crimo III is not just that he's white, it's that they knew he was white. They knew who they were looking for. They knew they were looking for a white person, a white kid. They knew it. So they're less fearful at this point.
So it was mostly white people that he killed, though, too, right?
I've seen people get shot down just for driving away from cops.
So was this like a hit? And they just, like they did in Buffalo, like they killed a couple of other people just to try to make it.
He's fine.
I don't think so. This guy wanted to make a statement. It was the 4th of July. Anyways.
Well, I think the statement really, like, shoot, they consider this Independence Day, but
you know how they are though, like, and then Independence, we 4th of July, black people, anyways, why would we be celebrating that anyways? But you know how they are, right? It's all about those energies we talk about all the time. So like the holiday of the 4th of July is going to be a time where it's, an energy output, right? And you have entities out there who harness these energies. And what you do is you do something to amplify those energies so it's more succulent. It's more tasty.
Yeah.
It's more nourishing.
You know, well, you know, the chief kind of, you know, like we got some real history on 4th of July, the 3rd of July, things that was really happening instead of the you know, kind of made up. Because I mean, you know, it was us that gave them the power, you know, gave them the ability to be able to start their own government. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, you know, I don't know. I guess I learned some new history where, you know, they don't have anything without us anyway. You know what I'm saying? And I think of stuff like that because when they realize that if it was not for us, what would they have? I think that's a part of their anger. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, let me play some more, Timmy.
That's just me. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't think we're doing any good here. I don't think I'm getting any conversions. It's damn sure not helping my mental state. Someone said, Tim Black, I used to love your shows. They were informative. They took down the assholes. And they were fun. Yeah, me too. I used to like that too. Maybe I should go back to doing that. Say, you know what? That's what we'll do. We will stop reporting on death. It's not going to change. Hell, if half your cousins don't give a fuck. They support the cops. So look, it's so funny. They don't trust Fauci, Biden, any Democrat, any government agency, the NIH, the FDA, the CIA, the NSA, none of them. FBI, they don't trust any of these organizations. They don't trust the weather. They don't trust the head in front of their faces. But they trust Trump and cops. They trust Trump and cops. They don't believe cops lie. Nope, never happened. There are cops that have testified on cops about being corrupt. Yeah, I know, in Maryland, in my state.
But he was a traitor.
But then a whole racket,
Yeah.
a whole outfit of cops and a drug task force that had been stealing, robbing, and killing and doing whatever they want to do, dealing, whatever, for a fucking decade.
A decade?
We got
Yes, I know that case that he's talking about.
infiltration of the Nazis and the
He's
white
talking about something
supremacists and the
specific,
law
okay.
enforcement all across the country. And we have these people that still trust them because it keeps the numbers of blacks down. Because as much as they know cops are crooked and they know it, they fucking know it. If I know cops, I'm a black guy who knows cops, who know that cops know cops that are crooked. These people who have these cops in their families have to know about the crooked institutions. They know politicians are crooked, but they don't think cops are crooked. They know that a lot of the unions have people in them that are crooked. The police unions, the teachers unions, they know this. But for some reason, when it's between a cop and a black man running with his back turned, they believe the cops had no choice but to shoot him 60 times. Or 47 times like Diallo. Hell, they'll believe someone who isn't a cop, like Zimmerman. Don't even have to be a cop. Just say cop-like things. It's good enough. As long as the person you're shooting is a black person.
Citizens arrest.
Believe me, guys, I don't want to talk about this any more than you want to hear it. Any more than you want to hear it. Yeah, I really don't. But I figure if we're going out, we might as well go out with a blaze of glory. We might as well just lay it all out. These people aren't changing. They're getting worse. they're worse than they ever were. In my lifetime, it's worse. It's not getting better. Anybody says it's getting better is lying. They believe cops.
To me and
until
themselves.
the cops contradict Trump. Then they believe Trump. Yeah, they believe the cops until they gotta choose. Then they choose Trump. Yeah, that's how that works. All of a sudden, the people that they trust, they no longer trust them. Now they're stuck with just Trump. And now it's DeSantis.
DeSantis is coming, y'all. DeSantis and Abbott. I would keep an eye on them for the coming presidential election.
Yeah, because I think they know
it's just better just to call out.
It'll be pretty ridiculous to try to do the whole Trump thing again. Like
he's gonna run. He's gonna run, but will he win?
He's gonna run.
He already started running. He's gonna run. Will he win? I don't know.
Man, I think he's still just trying to get whatever money he can get out of.
That's true. You know, he got in trouble for that. He got a whole bunch of money. What was it for? To fight against the presidential election or something like that. But basically, they said he defrauded all of these people, and he has to give all that money back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how defrauding. I mean, if he used it for, what he said he was,
that's the problem.
Because he did go around and sue all these different cities and states and this, that, and the other. So
that's the reason why they got him, because he didn't use the money for what he said he was going to use it for. That's why he has to give it back.
Well, that's bullshit to me, because whatchamacallit has been holding on to that money for Haiti for however long it's been.
That's a loophole, because you're right about that. But that's through a foundation. This went to his campaign, so that's why there's laws related to the monies that you receive related to campaigns. It's true.
Shit of the day that's horrible, and it's kind of like just call that stuff as it's seen, because I mean, come on, the racists aren't going anywhere.
I want to get to his point. Let me see. I hope he gets to it. I'm not gonna play much longer, but his point is really good. Hold on, I don't want to give it away.
They're not going anywhere. I mean, come on, folks. If you look at this, you look at this person killed white people. They don't care. Cremo killed a bunch of white people. Highland Park is 85% white. The average income is $100,000. It's a very white area. They don't care. They don't want to lose an argument that the black kid without a record, who hadn't shot anyone, brought it on himself.
He didn't even have a gun.
Yeah, we always bring things on ourselves.
He's going to talk about it if I make it that far, but he didn't have a gun on him, but the reports say that he shot out of the car at the cops, and they also found a gun with the clip removed in the car. Now, did he actually bust at the cops, and was that his gun, is a question.
We didn't pick enough cotton.
And either way, it doesn't matter. He was running down the street away from them, and they popped him. Like
exactly.
So there's a law in one of the states that you can't pursue a running person or something like that. And there's a cop that went to jail for shooting a guy in the back that was running away.
Well, see, my thing, if you gonna get your shoes dirty, shit, okay, you can chase them if you want to, but pulling out a gun, that ain't it.
Like, and everybody knows, it's like the cops be mad if they make you chase. If they have to chase you, they have to run or even drive their car fast. They're gonna take it out on you like a punishment, because it's like, you made me do all of this, so now you gotta pay.
If he's driving a car, and he starts running, okay, license plate, blah blah blah, tow his car.
Exactly. And that's what I say all the time. a lot of these car chases are so stupid and are pointless, and it's all just ego. Like, if y'all got this dude, where is he probably going? He probably going home. You got his license plate. Wait for him to go home and go pick him up.
Yeah, and see, and my thing, I mean, because I'm probably not gonna run, but at the same time, it's like, you know, look, he wants better odds, so let me get my lawyer, and I can sit up here and have this conversation with y'all with my lawyer. But I'm already sensing y'all are thirsty for some blood right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way they shit. Shooting somebody, they all right, it was what, 7 or 8 cops or whatever, and 90 rounds went off, and 60 of them end up in his body. Like, bro, like, that's like vampires, bro. Like, they truly thirsty for fucking blood.
Yeah, the overkill. That's the overkill. The overkill. Elliot says, Chaka, I used to search for you on YouTube. Did they do a full ban on truth and or information? And I know I haven't been getting no fucking views, and I've been scrolling my shit, and yeah, I don't think anybody can. This is Elliot. I don't think people can see my stuff on YouTube. I don't think they can. Like, they gotta probably scroll 5 pages to get to me or something. Something weird is going on. I don't have no. I'm not getting no views.
Yeah, I have to go look for you when now when you're on live, like, it'll be you know, one of the first things that I can see when I go to my subscription, my what is it called?
Just a YouTube homepage, probably.
No,
scroll.
when I can go through all my different subscriptions, like the people that I'm subscribed to, like the one, if you're live, it'll be one of the first ones that pop up. But otherwise, if you're not, then I have to go down and look down, I guess, underneath some of the ones, because like the algorithm is not high enough for it to, you know, pop up on my everyday, you know, things to watch type of stuff.
Yeah, that's so fucked up, bro. That's the reason why nobody ever sees it, because if it doesn't pop up on their scroll, they're not gonna click on it. I posted like 9 videos over the last couple of days, and I'm getting like 1 and 2 views on them. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Elliot says adrenaline destroys the brain and so-called the #1 drug. I want to go back to.
That's what they got with the shooting, I guess he's trying to say.
Yeah. So, and then they go have sex with their wife. They finally got an erection.
Too good. Yeah. What you doing so curvy? You were trying to entice master. The kids wouldn't sit down in class. Right? It's always us. It's never the people in power. No. They stay in the part of the group that's running shit. Come on.
They believe in karma too, so I know that they, like a lot of the stuff that they are already kind of expecting that, you know, they're gonna have to deal with that karmic energy that's gonna come back on all of this. But
why you care about those people that died by the cops? Where about the people that you killed? Well, I didn't kill anybody. And since I didn't pay DeAndre salary to kill Kevin. And I question if DeAndre would have killed Kevin if he had some fucking resources. I question if DeAndre would have killed Kevin if they had good schools, an opportunity in life, an outlook like maybe they'd live to be 21. Yeah, like, these are the things I think. But to think that is to be a race baiter. The only people that can think of the white people, like Tim Wise. Tim Black can't think it and say it because he's a race baiter. Tim Wise can say it and do very well for himself. Of course, you'll call him a race traitor, but still somehow he'll be very successful in life. I'm sure it's dangerous, though. I'm sure.
Huh. potentially.
Oh yeah, this is it right here, where he talks about what's the news cycles right now.
Beating up Secret Service.
Yeah, that's so fucking dumb. That's why that January 6th shit and that shit about Donald Trump getting into it with his with the Secret Service and that lady, all of that shit. She was testifying about it and all that shit. That was the whole news cycle forever, and everybody was covering it. I was like, I'm not covering this shit. It's so fucking stupid. He gonna talk about it right here.
But the whole thing, the whole thing that they're doing, like they're wasting taxpayer dollars on something that, you know, if you don't, you know, like, okay, the whole January 6th thing, like, bro, like, okay, people already had their mindset on how they gonna see it or believe it, and you know, it's even more transparent how much, like, y'all are not willing to do for the people because you gotta go and talk shit about what Trump did or didn't do when he was in office, instead of, you know, doing what the smart thing to do is, like, okay, you know what, this dude is gone, look, this is what I'm offering, this is what I, you know, I'm gonna do for this person, that person, whatever, blah blah blah. They're not trying to do anything for anybody. They're just trying to fulfill their agenda while they're in office. Like, like, the only people that I know that they actually did anything for are immigrants, whether they're from nearby, you know, or far away, the Ukrainians and the the Iraqis, and of course our, you know, normal ones that come on their own, and the what was it? Shit. That, you know, just whatever their other little bullshit that they're trying to get through. Shoot, because I mean, like I said, they're along with the whole abortion stuff too. Like, I promise you, like,
Yeah, it's all a Handmaid's Tale. That's where we're going, and everybody's on board. You know, they make their money, so people, you know, they're gonna drive us into a ditch, and they figure that they could, you know, they get rich in the meantime, and they get to go to, I don't know.
Well, that's the
Bahamas.
The main thing is that, okay, they make it horrible, they make it bad, and, you know, like, when we start begging for them to do something and this, that, and the other, okay, well, so now which rights can I take from you right now? All right, what rights are you willing to give up for low gas, or, you know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah, and that's where we're going. That's what they're gonna say too. Oh my God, let me play some more, Timmy, because you just made me about to cry a little bit on the inside.
I mean, they shot John. They hung John Brown and his sons. But the black folks, they cut them into pieces and mailed it across the country as souvenirs. I don't think they did that to John Brown, but I could be wrong. Anyway, back out of there. Who cares? We don't want to talk about. We don't want to talk about this shit. Let's talk about the January 6th commission that's going nowhere. Yeah, let's talk about that. That's what the views are. Yeah, let's get into that. Let's have that conversation.
One more time.
That's what people want to hear about. They want to hear.
Because the thought I had earlier, I'm sorry, bro.
Go ahead.
The thought I had earlier about that whole thing is like, all right, there's nothing coming from it, because, like, and what the number one reason why they will not charge Trump on anything is because of the karma that they would have to see if they did. If they tried to charge him, like, all the things that, you know, they've been doing, stuff that Trump got on them, like, a lot of stuff would, like, they would just start trading back and forth, you know, different things against each other.
Exactly. That's the reason why you can't. That's the reason why they couldn't hold. That's why I was saying for the longest that Trump would never go to jail. Never, 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 because that would set a precedent in locking up presidents. I mean, you could probably go back and start locking up some of the ones that's no longer president again.
Yeah.
You know, it would open up a whole can of worms that they don't want to go. That's not a road they want to go down.
Well, internationally, there's some people that would love to arrest them because they as long as nobody in America goes and arrests them or whatever for the war crimes and this, that, and the other, they're cool. But they get caught somewhere, like they're not gonna just show up. They're not gonna be, you know what I'm saying? A lot of these places in Africa, they're not gonna be, because if they get a chance, they will fucking arrest their ass and hang them.
Yep, I think that's true. I don't know about hanging them, but I think they would arrest them. But then too, it would bring all the military might of the whole, European Union on your ass. The whole NATO Union on your ass. All the American might on your ass. And if you some little country in Africa, I'm sure you don't want that kind of heat.
Most likely, yeah. A lot of them probably do just fall right in the line with them.
Because what benefit would they have? They would just cause them problems. Let me play some more.
Tiny hands beating up Secret Service. 72-year-old Donald Trump taking on a fucking martial arts trained, armed Secret Service person. Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, come on, that's what's going on.
So stupid too. Everybody is talking about this.
That's the way to go, Tim. Stop wasting our time with your personal problems.
Me neither. I kept scrolling. Stupid.
Yeah, man, we're not gonna do it anymore. It's not good for us. I have grandchildren now. They love me. They would like to see Pop be around for them. He can't have a bad episode because he's gonna cover death. And for what? For what? So a couple of black people in the audience can nod their heads and say, "You tell him, Tim," and then go watch a rapper or someone else talk about busting caps, or this person talk about Jamaicans are ruining America, or this person talk about Nigerians, or whatever the fuck they're doing. I'm out of this shit. This is fucking stupid. It really is. We got so-called black leaders who can't say a fucking word about anything black and get elected.
That's true.
But that should be let people know more so about they white friends.
Well, what he means is he's not gonna get he's talking about the electorate. Their friends don't matter. Who's gonna vote for them does. And it's like you can't.
Is he talking about only federal? Because I mean, I'm thinking like even on the lower level, close to home, your state representatives and your senators and things like that, with the stuff that you're voting for within your own state. Like they can't even talk like that. Like if you talking about reparations, like you might as well forget it.
You can't really talk about any real black issues. You have to cover it in something else. It's like a good example is Bernie Sanders, because I think Bernie Sanders was talking about a lot of black issues when he was running for president, but he couldn't call them that. But I think that he would have. The black people is the reason why he didn't get in there either. They're all looking at him like, "Oh, white dude, he's Jewish and all of this," and it's like, just listen to what he's saying. Does that impact your life?
No, because see, for the average American, when it comes down to presidential race, it's a popularity contest. It ain't got nothing to do, like most people do not give a shit about policy, because if they did, they wouldn't be arguing about who was better, Biden or Trump, because Trump had way better policies. He's an asshole in public to any and everybody, but he ain't do nothing negative to black people. So, like I said, I mean, if people were actually keeping count of true policies, like, we would have had, kept him instead of getting a new asshole.
Yeah. A little bit more, Timmy. I hope he gets to this one more thing I heard him say, but I don't know if it's further down. I'm going to play a little bit more. Hopefully it'll pop up. If not, then I'm going to just move on. Because I got to cover a little bit of Hitler because I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Herschel Walker.
God.
This man is bipolar. Apparently threatened the life of his wife or ex-wife or something. Cannot say a sentence. And he might beat Warnock. And that's no diss to Herschel Walker. That's a diss to Warnock. I mean, it's a diss to both of them. Depends on how you look at it. At least we had that one card with white people. You don't even have that card with black people. You take that card out the deck, and then they just play conservative on your ass and tell you, come on, Pookie, just put your pants up. Put your pants up. Put your pants up, Shanisha. Put your pants up. Shanisha, change your hair. Come on. You know, they just blame us. It starts sounding a little bit like the white nationalists who blame us when cops kill us. They don't say, why are these people so afraid of cops that when you are chased by cops, you keep running? Because they are afraid. He left his gun in the car. Gun and bullet separate. And he ran. Doesn't mean anything. Black people shoot out of their asses. They used to say we had tails. Did you know that? They used to believe that black people had tails. Literal tails. So it's not that much of a stretch of imagination for me to say they think that a black man could shoot bullets out of his asshole. It probably could happen. It's probably somewhere in the deep recesses of one of these cops' mind that this person could shit bullets.
Oh.
It's not enough that he ran. Not enough that he left his gun. What's he reaching for? He was reaching. Obviously, he had no gun on him. Because it's in the fucking car. He would know because he left it there. He had to take it out the clip where it wasn't together. So and that's if you believe the cops. I'm not sure I do. But I believe that Robert Cremo will go to trial. That I do believe. He will go to trial, Johnson. Somehow, miraculously, he is non-threatening. Killed 7 people. He had to move, didn't he? Did he have to move when they arrested him? They weren't afraid when he moved? That he still had the gun he just shot the other people with? No one accidentally shot him because they were afraid? Because, I mean, they shot Jayland Walker because he turned funny, they say. I think he turned when he got shot because it spun him around like a top. But, you know, the cop said he turned funny. He made a movement. I don't think we're doing any justice here. Like, nothing's changing. I don't reach enough people to change shit. Let's just keep it real. I'm not reaching enough. That's right. Opt out of the sellout corporate media and choose independent media. Get opt out. Opt out.
Okay, that's enough for Timmy. It's a horrible ass story. Like the internet is doing the compare and contrast between Jayland Walker and the guy who shot the people at the 4th of July parade, and you know,
how is that even similar? Like, how is that even a thing?
Well, no, they're comparing the difference of how the police dealt with him and the police dealt with the other one.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, well, yeah.
Yeah, so the one, like all this is Timmy is talking about, the white guy they know killed people, had weapons in the car.
Yeah.
All the stories.
Well, no, he actually had a plan to go there. He dressed up in drag. He, went there with a plan. He actually executed the plan, killed maybe not as many as he wanted, but he killed multiple people, and they he's still alive. It's like because I think somebody else was even saying that it's like they didn't even have like a black cop that just accidentally shot this dude because of
because the arguments are always, that's why it's so blatant, because all the arguments of the reason why they kill black people when they get pulled over and stuff, like this guy blows all that out the water. Like, why come this guy didn't get shot? Like, it's like, who is more of a threat, this guy with the traffic stop or this guy who just killed a bunch of people?
Yeah, the one who's got the
plans and all kinds of shit.
The AR-15 styled gun.
Yeah,
it wasn't an AR-15, but it was a.
So who should you be more frightened of when you're pulling them over? Like, who's more likely? You know what I mean?
And even after he had just killed other white people.
Exactly.
But that's where like a lot of people that I've been hearing within the last few weeks is that these groups are bought and paid for by police groups, organizations, or and a lot of them are told to stand down. I mean, that's just like with Uvalde. The more they investigate, the people are finding out that the police, they was able to get their kids out, and then they was told to stand down from there.
Yeah, so ain't no telling. Like, some of that stuff might have been orders.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. It was orders.
And I think they doing that shit. And it's so crazy, bro. I heard somebody mention that they think that they're doing that shit because of what Abbott is doing at the southern border and how he's been with the immigrants and shit like that. And they like, oh, this is another way to get him out. Well, that shit don't really fall on his back, what happened at that school in Uvalde. He was lied to, given misinformation, but...
Well, I mean, and, he's the governor, but shit, he in a damn wheelchair. Is he supposed to get out there and fight crime? Like, it's y'all job to do the crime fighting. So, I mean, and the people aren't as stupid as you might, peg them to be, because people can actually, like, especially when it's affecting them directly, they become investigators they damn self, and they see the bullshit. So it's like, oh, okay, all right. So y'all did that, and y'all, oh, okay. So now, like, they got a whole town, like the police officers in that town, regardless of where those orders came from, that's afraid to go out in public now. Like they about to shut down the school.
What was it? The police chief, he stepped down as superintendent or something like that. So, and what I'll say about that is, though, number one rule of being in charge, everything is your fault. You want to be the governor of the state of Texas, then you got to take that shit on your fucking shoulders.
Well, yeah, I mean, there will be some things that in turn he'll have to pay for based on, those acts that happen. But at the same time, I mean, we looking at the immediate situation. Those people ain't giving a damn about Abbott, even if they, like, Abbott wasn't on the phone with Uvalde police telling them don't go in there.
Yeah, I get it. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. He's the governor. This is his state. You got to take that L.
Man, bro. Abbott, I don't know. I think DeSantis probably got a better chance, but like he's gonna get upgraded. They're gonna
give him a beautiful face, and he's gonna have great ads.
Well, yeah, they're gonna spend plenty of money with him, but DeSantis will make it into office, but one of them will be in the other's cabinet.
Maybe not in the cabinet, but definitely like some kind of, everybody wins. If Abbott or DeSantis wins, everybody wins on that side. So it'll be good for DeSantis for Abbott to win, and it'd be good for Abbott for DeSantis. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I mean definitely.
Let me
But
let me play this because it's related to the school shootings that Timmy was talking about. And I don't know if y'all saw this, and they've been doubling down on this because the first person I heard saying this was Tucker Carlson. It was going down my timeline and I was about to throw up. But he's not the only one that's saying this. Let me play this. Oh shit, I'm not sharing, my bad. It's basically they're talking about marijuana, regular pot use leads to mass shootings.
And in the media, mongering on
they're
fake
serious.
Issues, while covering up, we're pushing for answers and accountability. These are the eyes of some of the mass killers who've reportedly been regular pot users. Look at them. Those in politics and in the media who devote their time and energy to fear-mongering on fake issues while covering up the truth about the growing scourge of violent psychosis in our young people, they have to be called out, they have to be defeated, and then the public has to be educated. And parents, this means you need to get into the game. This means you understanding that this can happen to you, to your family, no matter how wealthy you are, how well-adjusted you are, how mature and together your children seem. It's time to call out the phonies and call in the warriors for common sense. And that's the angle. We're pushing for answers and accountability.
There is a danger to modern pot. The shit is way too strong. It's giving people heart attacks.
I was thinking the same shit, bro. Cause I can't be around it like that, bro. Like, you know, shit. I was a fucking pothead back in my day, but shit, bro. Like me even just trying to take a half a puff is freaking like, bro. I can't say, bro. It's crazy. Like, I can't.
It's so strong. It's so strong, but that's not what's causing these dudes to go do mass shootings.
No. Their parents are raising them to be fucking killers, and that's the part that America needs to really realize, because I mean everybody's not doing it, you know, like, but some of these extremists, these you know, whether it's the alt-right or the Ku Klux Klan groups, these what's that, the 4chan, the 8chan, or what, these people are like, they're raising these kids to have this mentality, like they got them as these cells, these you know, activated, you know, they can activate them at any moment, and that's really what's happening. Like, they're raising their kids to do this.
Yeah, so this comment right here underneath it is funny. It says, "Tell me you don't smoke weed nor know how it works without telling me you don't smoke weed nor know how it works."
Oh, fuck that. But no, bro. I say, bro, but still in all, like, most people, that, because the whole idea that pot is the reason is so insane, is because everybody I know, like, they smoke, and then guess what? They go on to sleep.
Yeah. Let me read this comment. DC Young Fly is the one who posted this. It's a repost from Fox News. It says, "So now they want to use weed as the angle? Nah, y'all, just hate to say that. Y'all got a problem. Y'all know damn well us black people smoke hella weed, and we definitely don't think about shooting up school parades, grocery stores. We be high as hell, hungry as fuck. That's it. Why you ain't say opiates or meth or cocaine? Because weed ain't the problem. Who been doing all? It's hard to read this because of the way he wrote it. Who been doing all the mass shootings? 95% are white folk who hate black people, not white folk who smoke weed."
That's, yeah. But I mean, you know, now that sounds like a Republican angle on the whole, you know, like the marijuana thing, because, you know, shit, the liberals, shall I say conservatives or whatever, conservatives, Republicans, whatever. I would say that's who's trying to promote that bullshit.
Let me play this. It's pretty funny. Hunter Biden recorded himself smoking drugs and drinking White Claw in a float tank. I ain't gonna lie, the dude looked like he living life to me. I don't know about this part. It looked like, I don't know what that is. He's smoking right there. Yeah. I think that's crack. Other than the crack part, it looks like he's living life, I would say.
I was watching something. This was like a YouTube clip. Like it's kind of like the TikToks, the little couple second videos or whatever. And Trump, this was like years ago, at least a couple of years back when they was talking about Biden and Hunter and all of their illegal dealings, and there's like, oh no, that's like the news person that was interviewing Trump was like, but you don't have any proof, and that's just blah 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 blah, saying all these different things. But see, now it's like, okay, the proof, like there's proof out there now, so now what? Like the FBI, the CIA, of course, I think they're still trying to hide what they can, but like they know that, shoot, they are a criminal organization. You know what I'm saying? His Biden's brother, James, and whoever. Like, at what point do we say that this, okay, there's a problem, or okay, yeah, there's really something going on besides what they've been allowed to cover. But they just not gonna tell the people. You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna just continue to lie like they always have, because the people can't handle the truth.
Speaking of handling the truth, Kaba Kameen, I don't know this guy's name. I don't want to mess it up. Let me play this.
Change it completely. Structure. The Catholic Church is going to go into Africa and claim that God gave them the right to enslave African people, that they are going to create a legal system that is going to enslave because God told them that they were destined to do this. They're going to come to America and they're going to burn the books of the Maya. They're going to burn the books of the indigenous people, saying that they are works of the devil. They're going to burn the books of Africa. They're going to burn the books that are in Europe that Africans brought in there. They are going to change the structure of the world. At the same time, they're going to parasitically attach themselves to the information that they are learning. They are going to come to this part of the world. They're going to go to Asia. They're going to go to India. And they're going to go to war with the world. So that they are stealing African history. But more importantly than that, they're beginning to realize, as Count Volney says in his opening introduction to his book, Ruins of Empires, that the very people that are looked upon below the human structure of the human family, in other words, the Africans that are being enslaved in France and St. Lucia and Martinique and in Louisiana, are the very people who gave the world the arts and the sciences. And so you can see the war that's going to occur now is going to be to take the information and change it completely. When someone tells a perfect lie, the truth becomes unbelievable.
Well, I think when you understand structure, government structure, and just a little bit of common sense put together lets you know who was a part of the plan and who wasn't. Because like the countries that fought against it, because I mean, it's not like they went in and talked to every person. They agreed what was happening was going to happen. No, I mean they got access to come through those different countries throughout Africa because of the president, the governor, whoever was in power over the chiefs of that time allowed, either they were fearful or just like, okay, you know what, I just care about me and my family, and whatever happens to the rest of these people, they don't give a shit. So
let me read some comments. The Catholic Church role in slavery. It's a clip from Out of Darkness, directed by Made Use Christ. I don't know. The film is Out of Darkness. Let me read some more comments. It says, and that's when the NWO started. Another one comment, it says, wow, when someone tells a perfect lie, the truth becomes unbelievable. Hold on. I saw one I liked and I keep fucking losing it. It says, man, listen, I mentioned just a bit of this to one of my friends and she ain't even a hardcore Christian. She wasn't trying to hear it. The Catholic Church is the evilest entity known to man. They're responsible for so many atrocities throughout history. This one, it says, but Africans sold Africans first. The Europeans basically went to markets and bought African slaves from African slave sellers. When we free our minds freely, you got to tell the bad with the good, no matter whom it is. That's true. I hate it when people bring that up. It is true, but that's all the way beside the point.
But see, one of the things that makes that problematic is, okay, yeah, it's true to some extent, but this is a practice that has gone on for thousands of years. I mean, this is like, almost like what we consider employment right now. Like, okay, like different kingdoms had different projects and needed more people over here. Okay, look, they make a deal. It wasn't like they was beating them and cutting their nuts off and, doing all, this harmful stuff. Like, it was a whole different mindset.
And it was always indentured. It wasn't like you're a slave forever and your children are slaves. Like your whole fucking lineage is now a slave.
It's more of a contract, yeah. And then like they actually leave with something. It's like that's the part that people leave out. Like the form of slavery that happened, thousands of years ago compared to what happened within the last few hundred years is totally different. Especially, what was experienced here in America. Like it was told like
the chattel slavery had never been before. It was a totally new thing that they did, way more horrible than anything ever before, and that's just truth, reality.
Yeah.
Another comment, it says, yep, they stole our elements and named them saints, and in Spanish they call them santos, and made segregate and tried to teach voodoo was evil when they stole it from us to begin with. That was a comment underneath there. And black people so scared of voodoo. It's evil. It's the devil.
Yeah, which is a shame.
Super shame. That's why they stuck in prison. That's why they, are so scared of everything. That's the reason why they don't teach their kids how to swim. They scared of everything.
Well, the thing is, when it's honor thy mother and thy father, all the spiritual aspects in which we, our ancestors used, they shit on it now. So it's like, how can you honor thy mother and thy father and they practice voodoo as a spiritual process, a spiritual aspect, but they've tricked you so much into believing that this is just the devil, this is evil, to where you won't even consider it, or you talk so bad about it yourself. There's no way that you can honor your mother and their father because you just shat on everything that they believed in.
I want to move on to Hitler, but I got a couple little clips. I don't know. That's probably going to take us in another direction because I want to cover this, so maybe I'll wait
or
until
even knowing
tomorrow.
or even knowing thyself.
And that's what they don't want to know thyself. That God, just leave it to God. Let Jesus take the wheel. Won't he do it?
That's funny.
Because that's all they want. They don't want.
You had a party or something going. I heard like some.
No, that's
laugh.
the kids. That's the kids. They calm down now. Damn it! I forgot what I was gonna say. I lost it. Anyways, I'm gonna move on to Hitler because I mentioned that. This is a video from.
That was that was us talking about him a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, he came up automatic. I was already planning on talking about him though, but Elliot brought him up earlier. Yeah. But I was already planning on talking about him because I was watching these videos about it, and it's on my mind. So the name of this video is "Lies You've Been Told About Hitler and Why." The Hitler of History, 1998. So this is from the Film Archives. I'm falling all the way in love with this fucking channel, the Film Archives on YouTube. It's fucking like I can watch every video they make. Literally, it's really good stuff because they take old stuff that's relevant. This old stuff is.
You ought to start sharing some of that stuff with me, bro.
Yeah, I'll do it. I've been lazy when it comes to that lately, and I've been thinking I'd just surprise you.
I don't mean just like for the sake of like what we're talking about on the show, because like I get into stuff like that. Like, bro, you see some of the stuff I send you. Yeah. I be into all kind of.
Yep, the same stuff. Really. Sometimes you be sending me stuff that I just looked at or something. You know.
Yeah, well, it might have been high on the algorithm and reason why I got it, but
yeah,
I'm sure you subscribe to some of the same
yeah,
stuff.
I'm sure we are. Before I play the video, I want to read some comments because this thing is really heavy. So I don't know where. I don't even know. It's 58 minutes, so I don't know. I didn't pick a place in this video, but let me read the comments. Cause see what it is this guy was an author. He's an author, the one that they're interviewing in this video, and he wrote a book about Hitler, and it was a book of biographies of Hitler. So he read a bunch of biographies of Hitler, and then he wrote a book from that. So that's the premise. Let me read a couple comments. It says, "A fascinating interview. Thanks for making this available, John Lukacs is very easy to listen to." That's the author that they're interviewing in this. It says, "Thank you for uploading. Very interesting. A great interview. The interviewer never once states any personal opinions, merely asks questions and listens, something that could be learned in today's media." I swear, man, all of the fucking news is all just talking heads and opinions. That's the reason why everybody's so ignorant. Nobody knows anything. All they know is somebody else's opinion on something.
No. But see, but that's the whole point of what this media was built to do. Like that's the whole thing. Like they don't even call themselves journalists anymore because they know that journalism is like that's a whole nother level to the game. You know, but they intend on preparing your meal for you, telling you what like this is what you need to think. Don't give them a moment to think for themselves. Tell them what they need to be thinking. That's what the whole media is about now. Like,
and the people want that because they tune into it. They don't want to think. They don't want to read an article. They don't want to freaking sift through the information. They just want somebody to tell them what to think. It's a lot easier. It's just like the religion thing. You know, let God take it. Let Jesus take the wheel. I don't have, I don't want the responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, which for me, like, of course, like I understand that part, so I hear them, but then, of course, I'm cross-referencing always with different information from what I might hear from you, what I heard on, this podcast, or these different things, and I'm steadily kind of like balancing the information from this place to that place, because I mean, of course, like you're probably getting at least 30 to 40% of the truth, and then there's other things that we're gonna have to just kind of figure out on our own. But
let me read some more. It says, one lie about Hitler that I hate is about how poor his artwork was. I've seen some of his work. It's not terrible. In a college art studio class, he would get no lower than a C, maybe even a B. Very intelligent interview. No, that one kind of goes around. Let me read another one. God, I came to know about this historian today by stumbling upon this interview. Hats off to him and the interviewer. It's not just about Hitler. It's about how people write history, how to deal with commonplace and prejudice, how not to judge all things all too lightly, how not to be carried away by false notions. Thanks so much for uploading this. And I'm very curious about Hitler. And I've said this before. And it's because whenever they super demonize somebody, and, for our perspective here in the States,
they're hiding something.
Yes. Every time, because
but people should know that by now. Like, that's the thing. Like, I try to bro, man, it's crazy.
They should, but I don't think they do. See how people talk about Putin, and not to say that he's some great guy or whatever, but they don't understand that the only media that they're seeing is stuff talking bad about Putin. If you ask a regular American, United States citizen, can you name something good about Putin? One fucking thing. Can you name one fucking thing about Putin?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, bro. I mean, I don't think that we'll be fooling ourselves if we thought that our own president or any world leader is gonna be just some nice guy. You got to be a gangster. Like you better be you better be tough in some kind of ways, but you ain't got to be all around
demon.
Yeah, straight up,
because that's how they label people. You're either a demon or you're a saint. Like, there's no in between, especially when it comes to government leaders, world leaders. You're either Mother Teresa or you're Satan.
Yeah, but shit, even Mother Teresa gonna be like, man, fuck that shit. Put some iron in his some at some point. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Light his ass up, shit. Fuck that.
You know what I'm saying? What's his name? Shit, the one that King used to be with Mahatma. What was it? Gandhi. What? And that's his name, Gandhi or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was such a nice guy here, there, whatever. But man, shit. All right. Think he didn't order a few deaths in this day.
Yeah. So nobody is 100% good and nobody's 100% bad. That's just reality.
Yeah.
Let me read this comment. It says, the biggest intellectual deficit is not stupidity, but the conscious decision not to think about certain things. And that's a quote from Lucas, the guy who was the author. And that's also where I got the title from the show from. Because after I watched this video, I always read comments. This particular comment hit me really hard. Let me read it again. It says, the biggest intellectual deficit is not stupidity, but the conscious decision not to think about certain things. So what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I think for some people that is, what I guess we could call it's like a mechanism, what they call it, a defense mechanism, where it makes it easy for them to deal with life, for them not to really have to look at things directly. Like if they they can ignore some of the shit that I might say and, change subject matter when I bring up some of the people that they don't like either. But, in order for them not to lose their mind, I think some people, yeah, they do have to go to the, acting like certain things just didn't happen, or
just for them to get along with their life, just for them to get up in the morning and get out of bed and go to work. It's kind of like taking the blue pill, you know.
That's all it is. I mean, that's not. There's no in between on that.
Because you're making a conscious decision to not think about certain things. Like,
yeah, you know the shit is fucked up, so you're really trying to find everything you can to keep those whispers real low. Like,
and I notice it with people when I having conversations with them, because as soon as you start to go in depth on a topic, they they turn off.
Yeah, they
They only want to
you do it to me too. You do it to me sometimes too. But I mean,
people only want to lightly touch on topics, but that's not how you're gonna. You can't really speak eloquently on a topic if you haven't done any digging on it. That's just how I feel, and it's fine. Just don't make comments on it if you don't know anything about it. But people feel so confident in making comments because they heard somebody else say it, somebody they respect, somebody they think is smart. So then they're comfortable and confident in repeating that shit.
Well,
the thought of that person possibly lying to you, like, this is what I want people to understand. These people are getting paid to say what they say. They're intelligent, yes, but what's coming out of their mouth? Do they really believe that, or is that how they really think, or is that how they really feel? You need to ask yourself that question, because anybody that's getting paid a lot of money, like Rachel Maddow, Tucker Carlson, for example, better believe 80% of the shit coming out of their mouth is not their words.
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, even if you were to address them directly, and if that's something that they really believe, they're gonna. I mean, if they're really honest with you, they'll tell you, as long as this segment is on and I'm just having this discussion with the world, yes, this is what I believe. Afterwards, I don't know. I might believe in purple roses and
exactly. And
and
after they get off, I bet you Tucker Carlson is actually a cool guy. I bet you he's really smart, and I bet you he's not really racist. But that's how he makes his bread. He makes his bread being an asshole. He makes his bread appearing to be racist. He makes his bread by sensationalizing topics that people latch on to and hold on to. That's how he makes his money. It's smart, but is it what he really thinks? Is it how he really feels? Like, everybody that watches him and thinks that he's saying what he really feels all the time is not aware of what the real world is. I'm sure sometimes his comments are true from his heart. Same thing with Rachel Maddow. I'm sure every now and then on her show, we get to hear what's straight from her heart. But ask her friends, ask her, husbands, wives, or whatever the hell, Tucker Carlson, the people that's around them, their friends and family. Ask them what they talk about, when they're not on the show. And I'm willing to bet it's very different from what they say on the show.
I would, I mean, I think that's a high possibility, because I mean, they do have to, because I mean, I think they have to be somewhat in that realm of, of that type of thinking to begin with, but the finite pieces, some of the things that they really have to, gear it in a certain direction, yeah, they probably might veer a little bit from what they're actually saying. But
I think it's more than a little bit, because like I said, I don't think anybody is wholly conservative or wholly liberal. Like,
but you're gonna be majority of one or the other. There's no 50-50 coming down that. Like,
it's going to be some kind of mix. It's going to be 60-40, 30-70. It's going to be some kind.
Yeah. No, it can be a mix, but it's never going to be a 50-50. Like, I don't give a shit what anybody says. It's never 50-50.
No, and I agree with you. You lean one way or the other, but you're not dogmatic. I mean, like, your mind doesn't work completely on conservative or completely on liberal. No one does. No. So I agree with you on you saying that they had the line of thought, and that's how they end up working for Fox News or working for MSNBC, and that makes sense. But all of these people have to, they have to conform to that liberal or that conservative image, because that's how they're making their money. Me on this show, I talk the same way I talk when I'm talking to somebody in person,
I'm I'm left leaning, but I'm clearly critical of everybody. You know what I'm saying? But if you watch Rachel Maddow, she's going to be very careful about being critical of the Democratic establishment, and it's going to be the same way with Tucker Carlson. He's going to be very careful about his criticism of, conservatism. You get what I'm saying? Because it's going to hurt his pocket.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's not going to reach too far or try to even be too nice, because that's his persona. That's what that people expect a certain thing. Like, that's why they tune in every night, for him to hear what he's got to say, because he's on that, he's in that lane. He's got his lane. But,
I'm going to start playing a bit of this, and I'm going to take a quick potty break. I'll be right back. Am I sharing this? Okay.
I hear something. I see. Oh, that's the hit. Okay, yeah.
John Lucas, author of The Hitler of History. I read more than once in your book, you said this is not a biography of Adolf Hitler. Why did you keep emphasizing that?
Because it might be misinterpreted. I'm dealing with the accumulation of the views, the writings about Hitler in the last 50 years. Now, in a way, it's a biography of biographies.
When did you get the idea to do this?
I had the idea short range and long range. Short range is because I had another book for which I did not have a publisher. I thought I ought to write a book. They came to me and I said, all right, this is one thing I'm interested in. That's the short range story. The long range story is, or rather the long range version is, that very, very far back in 1949, I read an extraordinary book by a Dutch historian, Pieter Heil, Napoleon For and Against. He wrote that book during the German occupation of Holland. For a while, he was interned. Then he was let loose toward the end of the war. Heil said in this book that he's writing about Napoleon, the different interpretations of Napoleon during 150 years. He said the time will come when people will write about Hitler like that too. Now, obviously, there's no sense of writing a book entitled Hitler For and Against. It's too touchy a subject, but more important, unlike in the case of Napoleon, the For Hitler book, the apologetic books, are really not very good. As a matter of fact, they're very bad from a scholarly viewpoint. I'm not only saying everybody has the right having his own opinion, but they're not very good. And when I thought of this book, I picked up Pieter Heil's book 40 years later, 42 years later, in early 90s, and I said, I reread it. And I said, yes, I want to write this book.
Where is your home originally?
Hungary.
When did you come to the United States?
51 years ago.
Why did you come here?
This was after Russians occupied Hungary. The full communist regime wasn't yet established, but I pretty much knew it was coming. I did some work for Americans and British during the war, so it wasn't very difficult for me to leave.
How old were you when you came here?
23.
And where did you go when you came here?
I lived, I'm a stick in the mud. I have different specialties. I'm somewhat of a maverick in this. There were many historians, I think, don't see this very well. They say, well, he said everything in Mein Kampf. You know about Mein Kampf, just a mixture of autobiography and program. And there, really, we have the key to, not the key, and kind of a summary of his philosophy and ideology.
Let me just interrupt to ask. Yes. Mein Kampf means what in English?
My struggle, my fight.
What year did he write it?
He dictated it in 1924-25.
How old was he then?
He was then 36 years old.
And in 24 and 25, he lived where?
He was arrested because in 1923, in November 1923, he tried to lead a nationalist uprising in Munich. It failed because the army and the police did not obey him, did not go over. Then he was arrested and he was put into a kind of confinement under rather comfortable circumstances in a castle in Bavaria. He was not there, he didn't stay there longer than a year. He was surrounded by his friends. Then he dictated this book. But more important in the book is that it's during that time that a great change occurred in him. He said, no, he said to himself, but also to others, we're not going to start a revolution. We're going to get into power in Germany constitutionally, democratically, through the will of the people.
And he did that. So one of the things about this that stuck out to me was he didn't, this guy, the author said he doesn't like revolutionaries. He said he likes reactionaries. And it's like, the thing about Hitler is that he wanted to do a revolution, but he found a way to do it through politics. You know what I'm saying? Which is really interesting. It shows like the different way of thinking. Like, usually when you think revolution, you're thinking tear the government down. You know what I'm saying? And install a whole new one. But the way that Hitler did it was political. And really the political party was a bit of a fringe group that grew over time, kind of like a third party here in the States, and eventually was able to freaking take over the the government. Not take over it like, steal it, but get elected. And then he was able to, pull the strings of the people by sensationalizing them and getting them on board with his agenda, even though he didn't really have no real economic policies in his platform. You there, Pat? I'm probably gonna put. I know I'm gonna put y'all to sleep with this. I apologize, but I just feel like this stuff. He has. I want to get to that. Let me play some more.
Which is what he achieved.
Go back to loneliness and secretiveness. How about loneliness? Why was that mentioned?
Well, I would say all important national leaders are to some extent lonely, and I would say the secretiveness is more telling. This is not just an interpretation of a historian. I have several instances I mentioned in the book when he actually said to people, "You will never really know what I think." And many of his decisions he kept to himself.
I wrote down here.
So you never really know what I think. That's another one I was thinking about for a while after this video, because, and then that's what we were just saying about Rachel Maddow and Tucker Carlson, power, like it's certain things you want to get done, right? So you want to get certain things done. So then you have to do certain things to get those things done. Like regardless of how you feel about those things have to be done. You understand what I'm saying? So like, Hitler could have, what he wanted to do was whatever, and maybe persecuting the Jews was a part of that just because it was the means to the end. Does that make sense? Let me ask y'all, what do y'all think about Hitler? Do y'all think that, what do y'all think about this guy? Do y'all think that history was fair with him? He did some atrocities clearly, but how fairly has he been, portrayed historically? Like, y'all get what I'm saying? What do y'all think about that?
I think, from my understanding and what I was taught of Hitler, that he was a very very evil person, very egotistical individual.
Yeah, that's what everybody's taught.
You know, so I mean, just from that perspective, I would say, maybe he wasn't given his fair share, fair shot in society. I mean, you know,
I'm not
but
talking
I
about
mean,
fair shot in society. He did what he did. I'm talking about
yeah,
the history, what actually happened, and the perception that people have of him. Because I don't think that it's fair. Like they making him out to be like I say, like the demon, like the ultimate devil. Like they said the same thing about Saddam Hussein. They said the same thing about Muammar Gaddafi. They're saying the same thing about Putin today.
yeah.
You
I
know?
mean, I guess that's the way that they tug on human beings' heart. They know that most human beings care. But I mean, what he did was terrible. I mean, you crucify people for what? Women, children, you know, innocent babies, newborn babies. For what? So I feel like, why? How do you, at the end of the day, how should I feel about this person? You know what I'm saying? And I'm fair across the board with that, bro. Like whether you black, white, you do some shit like that, bro. Like you don't deserve a place in society. You don't, you're not even a human being. You're a fucking monster.
Well, okay, I get your point, but I and not to contrast or compare atrocities, but do you know who King Leopold is?
I've heard of them. Do I know the history behind him? Not all of it, no.
Well, there's a reason for that. And the Hitler persecuted the Jews, and these were, let's say, semi-white people. Uh, that's where they get the Semites from. Semi-white. That's what they really mean. Anyways, the people that King Leopold killed were Africans. These were black people. And what is the number, Pat? It's like conservatively, it's like 50 million or some shit. Right? That was killed in the DRC. Back when they chopped up after the Berlin Conference and they chopped up Africa, they basically gave the DRC, which is a huge swath. If I'm gonna pull up the map, I have it. I think I closed it, but I'm gonna pull it back up. It's a huge swath of Africa that they gave him, and it was basically his fucking kingdom, his playground. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted to. Horrible ass fucking person. Forced the people to get the rubber, cutting off arms. Really, really, really terrible. But like I say, not to compare and contrast, but why historically we know Hitler as the devil, but we don't even know who King Leopold was. So that's my point of this. I'm not trying to defend Hitler. I'm trying to show how, they manipulate history and they create saints and demons. And you know what I'm saying? And it kind of depends on who they hurt or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Certain things get a pass. King Leopold gets a pass. You know what I'm saying? You don't never hear about this shit. The atrocities are so far from what Hitler did, like it's not on the same planet. It's not on the same at all. They said, what did they say? 5 to 7 million Jews. Is that what the number? Whatever the number is wrong. Everybody is saying that number is wrong. And the one with the Leopold number, everybody is saying that number is smaller than it should be. And the Jewish number is way overblown. So when we go around the country and we see all of these monuments to the Jewish Holocaust, we don't hear shit about Leopold. And now, you know what's crazy about that is, here in the United States, what did the United States have to do with Hitler? What did the United States have to do with, the Holocaust?
Why do we have all these museums everywhere? Because that's what their argument is going to be. Okay, well, the Leopold thing was way in Africa. That don't have nothing to do with the United States or America at all. So, well, then the same thing with the Jews getting persecuted. How come we got to see their museums everywhere, but there's nothing for all those people who died in the DRC?
Yeah. And I think the biggest reason as to why, if you have some historian, true historian that has a lot of money and decide that they want to open up a museum or open some type of monumental deal that talking about what King Leopold did, so much will come out. So many people, like, so much shit will come out. They don't want that coming out.
So basically what I'm saying is they control the narrative. They create villains and we just eat it up. And mainly they just bury the information. So forth. We get a whole big pile of information about Hitler, and we don't get no information about this other guy that I mentioned. And like I say, there's a reason for that. So automatically in your mind, you're gonna think Hitler is like the biggest demon in the world, and you're gonna say King Leopold or whatever. Who is that guy? Like, he must have not been that bad, because we don't know nothing about him. If he did horrible shit as bad as Hitler, then he would be up there with Hitler. Well, that's the way it would be if you would think that things were done properly and fairly, but that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Let me play some more of this. I'm not gonna play much of this because I'm losing y'all.
That he didn't want things written down.
No, he was not. He said even later, he said, Mein Kampf, forget it. He said, Mein Kampf ought not to be read. It ought to be spoken. He was a man of the spoken word. And unlike other leaders of the Second World War, even Stalin, who made many, many, many marginal notes, Hitler didn't write very much.
When was the first time you read Mein Kampf?
I cannot tell you, probably during the war, and certainly didn't read it very carefully.
You say he was close to his photographers.
Very much. He was very modern in this sense, also in others. He was not a vain man, but he was very much obsessed, well, not obsessed, but preoccupied with his pictorial image. He would go through photographs taken of him constantly.
There's a line in here. I want to find that before I exit out of here, because it was a part that pissed me off. And I exited out of the video, and I was like, I'm not going to watch this. And then I went back and watched the rest of it. It was about... Hold on, I think it's in here. I wish I had captions I could see. Let me skip through it for a minute, y'all.
I learned this from an article after I read this book. It's nothing to do with my book. No, he was quite a reader.
And the reason why I said somebody said it when I wrote this down is
up, and so it gives the impression, makes him ridiculous, makes him jump up and no.
They say he was slapping thighs. That
Poison
wasn't
shot
true.
his favorite dog, then his wife, whom he had just legally married, Eva Braun, and then himself.
Oh, they asked him
At the very end of the war, as you know, on the 30th of April, when the first Russian patrols were about 945, were about 150 yards from him, and he shot himself. And first he poisoned and shot his favorite dog, then his wife, whom he had just legally married, Eva Braun, and then himself.
And by the way, there was a footnote where there was some indication from somebody that he had an illegitimate child in France.
Not true.
Hated his father.
So this guy is saying that, a lot of people were saying that Hitler didn't die in that bunker.
Went to Argentina or something like that. South America.
But I don't think so. I think he died. I think he did die. And
well, I think by now, yeah.
No. I mean, then the way that they're saying it, I think that is what happened. And that's what this guy is saying.
Well, it's difficult to say. Generals in the war were amazed how he remembered details of a national social.
He had a crazy memory. I think it was because of all the book reading he did.
Radically, he had something close to the majority party. They practically have
okay. Let
do
me
not
read
appeal
this.
to people.
Yeah, this part is
Catholic,
important.
didn't go to church and so forth. I wonder whether, on the basis of canon law, that makes him an ex-Catholic. He was baptized.
He had a disdain for economics.
He had a great disdain for economics, which worked very much to his advantage.
How?
Because he knew that economic programs, even in depression, do not appeal to people.
Mm.
When I can give you many examples.
Economic does not appeal to people, and it's so weird that shit is true. Like we look at I follow politics heavy, and it's like people vote against their interests all the time, and it's because some guy is telling you, hey, we're gonna make sure that the gas price, we're gonna fix these economic issues you have, and you're like, yeah, that's cool, and then the other guy is like, oh, but they're teaching your kids CRT. Oh, I'm voting for that guy.
Examples of this is very important. The Nazi Party, which had an enormous success in Germany, he really came to power democratically. He had something close to the majority party. They practically had no economic program. He appealed to something else. And to give another example, you see, he called himself, which is correct, a national socialist. He united nationalism with socialism. Socialism, which at that time and even now is very often considered as an international thing. No, he said, we are socialists, but we are national socialists. Now, let me just come back to economics. So then somebody asked him, 934, it was somebody confident, well, now you're a socialist. Are you going to nationalize the industries? Are you going to nationalize Krupp, the great arms? He says, no, why should I nationalize the industries? I'm nationalizing the people. So it didn't make a damn bit of difference whether Krupp or Mannesheim and so forth, were nationalized or not. They did what he wanted them to do.
That's really interesting. Socialist, national socialist. And he's like, I'm socializing the people. No, he said, what did he say? I'm not gonna nationalize the industries because I'm nationalizing the people. So it's like a total mind fuck. He totally mind fucked the people.
Mm-hmm.
Tall was he?
I want to get to the point where they were talking about how much impact Hitler had on the world. Because that was the part that pissed me off because they started talking about some shit that. Let me try to find it.
Julie, and that's very difficult to determine when his interest moves from painting. And, but this was something mental. You see, sadism, in my opinion, and I would say conviction, is a weakness of the flesh. A sadist takes real physical pleasure, seeing how other people are tortured or beaten and so forth. We have no evidence of this with him. He never, for example, about his hatred for Jews. He never wanted to see what happens to them. He did not even want to see statistics.
What do y'all think about that? So he didn't want to see statistics about the Jews dying, and he didn't want to, literally see the atrocities himself. What do you think that indicated about him? What do you think that means?
Well, I think that because he had an agenda, and whatever that agenda was, the certainties of those of the numbers and this, that, and the other would probably have him change his mind about what he should do.
Right. So, but then what does that mean then? That means that he's not the super, villainous person that they're making him out to be. Not to say that what he did was good or anything. Right. So I want people to understand that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is my whole point of playing this is they write history in a way to give you a certain view of certain people because they want you to think about certain people in a certain way. And it's not always true. Like you got to dig through the details to know more, So like this guy was apparently the worst person that ever lived, the most evilest, horriblest person that ever walked the planet. But this historian is saying he didn't want to see the statistics of the Jews being killed, and he didn't want to see them being killed. It seems like if the person was super evil, he would have wanted to see those statistics, and he'd probably want to be right up front to witness the carnage.
Of how many Jews were killed.
Who is Dr. Block?
Dr. Block was an extraordinary man.
Without Hitler, there would have been no Israel.
Okay, here
Without
we go.
Hitler, here, but you have him writing this today.
He's dead now, or very ill. He's a first-rate German journalist, very much interested in history, who wrote one of the best books about Hitler.
If you don't mind, let me read a footnote on page 257 that might be a good stepping off point for the rest of the discussion.
All right.
Is he Professor Hafner?
No.
He's not a professor?
No.
Okay.
He's a journalist of a very high level.
I don't see what date this was in here, but you have him writing this. Today's world, whether we like it or not, is the work of Hitler. Without Hitler, there would have been no partition of Germany and Europe. Without Hitler, there would have been, I read it again. Without Hitler, there would have been no Americans and Russians in Berlin. Without Hitler, there would have been no Israel. Without Hitler, there would be no decolonization, at least not such a rapid one. There would be no Asian, Arab, or Black African emancipation, and no diminution of European preeminence. And finally, he wrote, or more accurately, there would be none of all this without Hitler's mistakes. He certainly did not want any of it.
That's rather evident. I certainly agree with that.
So basically, let me play that part again because some of that I agree with. Like, the impact of Hitler is no small thing. Like, and the one thing that they said, Israel, that makes sense. There will be no Israel. Well, let me play it again because
Or not is the work of Hitler. Without Hitler, there would have been no partition of Germany and Europe.
That's true.
Without Hitler, there would have been, I read it again. Without Hitler, there would have been no Americans and Russians in Berlin.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that one.
Without Hitler, there would have been no Israel. Without Hitler, there
That's true.
would be no decolonization.
No decolonization? Get the fuck out of here.
At least not such a rapid one. There would be no Asian, Arab, or Black African emancipation.
What the fuck is that? Where did that come? That part right there is what pissed me off.
I didn't even get it. I didn't even hear it.
Oh my God, that part pissed me off so bad. No, let me play it back. No Black Arab emancipation if there was no Hitler.
No decolonization. At least not such a rapid one. There would be no Asian, Arab, or Black African emancipation, and no.
What the fuck? Where did they get that from? No Black Arab or Asian emancipation if it wasn't for Hitler. What the fuck?
No diminution of European preeminence. And finally, he wrote, or more accurately, there would be none of all this without Hitler's mistakes.
That last one is true, though, about the European preeminence. It's like...
No decolonization. At least not such a rapid one. There would be no Asian, Arab, or Black African emancipation, and no diminution of European preeminence. And finally, he wrote,
the European preeminence. I think that's true, though, because, see, after World War II, that's when the Western powers was a thing. You know what I'm saying? And then the present world is set up after World War II. And then let me think about this. So the Berlin Conference, when was that? Was that that was before World War II, or was that after? That was before World War II. So then you had the Versailles. What do you call it? When they went to Versailles and they made the deals after World War II about how things was going to work, and that's the reason why we haven't had a major war.
Nuremberg or something?
Yeah, I'm probably saying it wrong. My brain is all. I'm kind of getting tired too. So, but that's what set up the world afterwards, because otherwise we would have had another world war after that. But then they're like, okay, we got to work this out. We got to try to make decisions. We got to be like, okay, Portugal, you can have this over there. You know what I'm saying? France, y'all can have this stuff over there. Berlin, whoever, y'all can have this shit over here. So basically they made decisions so that they wouldn't be fighting every day, because they was just robbing and pillaging Africa. Like they was just like, and then they was fighting against each other, for the loot. You know what I'm saying? It was like, no, this is my loot. No, this is my loot. Pow, 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 pow. Anyways, I think they're going to get to that was what I wanted to touch on, but it was another part of this that they said, I think right after that.
Or more accurately, there would be none of all this without Hitler's mistakes. He certainly did not want any of it.
That's rather evident. I certainly agree with that.
Explain more, though, why we wouldn't have the partition of Germany and Europe. And
well, look, when we look at the origins of the First World War, that's a very complicated thing. It was a chain reaction, and even today, people debate, was the Kaiser responsible, was Germany responsible, was France responsible? But when it comes to Hitler, no Second World War.
That's the part that pisses me off too, because that's not true. Because World War II was it had to happen. Those European powers, they weren't good with the settle, after World War I. They wasn't good with where things settled. They were all multiple countries. It wasn't just Germany who weren't happy with how things had, worked out at the end of World War I. People lost territory, others gained territory, new countries, all of this shit. And then you had people that were still bitter, you know what I'm saying, about it. So I think that World War II would have happened whether we would have had a Hitler or not. And if you really know the history, you see how the whole thing was building up and building up. I mean, Hitler did trigger the war because people was like, okay, this dude here is tripping. You know what I'm saying? But he was doing the same thing. The other countries were doing the same thing. So the war would have happened whether Hitler was Hitler or not. I really believe that. But on the other hand, when you look at the state of the world today, you can put a lot of that on Hitler's lap behind the things that he did, because that's what made them make the decisions that they made as a result after World War II, was as a result of the things that Hitler did. And what people really have to understand about this is like, okay, World War I and World War II is not really a world war. It was a whole bunch of other countries that was not involved in this. This was a damn European ass war. It was more like a civil war. All these countries are little as fuck and all close to each other anyways. You could probably fit all that shit in the United States. I might be exaggerating, but it's not that much fucking space between all of these countries. And so the World War II was gonna happen. So, but Hitler was killing white folks. Like he went at the game the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? They didn't like what he did. They wasn't feeling him because he wasn't aligning with them. The European powers are all like, they rub each other's back and shit. Like they fight and shit like family members and siblings. But at the end of the day, they really cool with each other. But see, Hitler wasn't like that. He was like, I don't fuck with y'all like that. Like, I don't fuck with y'all like that. Fuck y'all straight up. Y'all took our fucking Germany had a history. It got bigger and smaller throughout history. It lost territory after World War I. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the Germans were still really angry about that. They're like, you know what I'm saying? They took our land and shit. Now we over here hungry and shit. You know what I'm saying? We can't even grow enough food for everybody and shit. Fuck that. We want our shit back. That didn't have nothing to do with Hitler. Hitler just tapped into that sentiment and used it to his advantage. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
think just a little bit more of the comments he made of that comment, and then I'm gonna wrap this segment.
I mean, that is something. I mean, he caused the Second World War. Perhaps there would have been a war again between Germany and Poland, but no Second World War. I mean, he planned and began and started the Second World War because he thought that the situation then was advantageous for Germany. There's also a deeper element there, which I mentioned. It's a very interesting thing, and this is not a psychological hypothesis. We know this for many others. In the winter of 1937, 1938, he convinces himself that he doesn't have long to live. And this, in all probability, contributed to his belief that if war has to come, better now than later.
Do you have any idea how many historians you studied?
No, I would say.
It's a really good interview. The interviewer kind of asks random questions, so it goes all around in circles. But there's a lot of little tidbits in there that I had never heard. Like the one where they said that Hitler had ugly feet, because the dude, the historian, he chopped it up with some people who was, some women that he was with. And they said he had ugly feet. And I was like, damn, I never heard that shit before. Hitler was really secretive, so he kept, he wouldn't let people take pictures. He talked about how, even his butler couldn't see him in his underwear. They talked about his big nose and how, people would say stuff. But Hitler was proud of his nose. And but also, maybe the reason why he cut his mustache the way he did was based on the big nose that he had. It's a bunch of little details like that up in there that I think are really cool. So if y'all want to check it out, I have a couple more things I want to cover before I go, if I can remember what they are right now. I'm all over the place. I might save that for tomorrow. I know what, I'm gonna bring up the map because I want to look at DRC and Uganda, Ghana, because that's what I'm going to talk about tomorrow, because I ain't gonna have time to dig into this because this is kind of heavy, so it's gonna take a little bit of time to cover this. So I'm gonna save this for tomorrow, but I'm gonna touch on it right now. The whole thing with, we were talking about weapons getting lost and shit, and then y'all know that they're rioting in Ghana. They've been doing riots in Ghana, and I always wonder about stuff like this. They always be talking about George Soros be behind all of the damn people protesting and stuff like that, and there's no way that could be true, but there is some truth to that. So some of these protests are funded. And so the thing is, it'd be a lot of things going on that appear to be one way but are another. People aren't happy about something, but then somebody they see some kind of advantage they can get by, funding these people or even organizing them or even giving them weapons. And this can be cover for something else that they have going on. And so the DRC and the Tesla batteries, the money going to Ukraine, the weapons and shit going to Ukraine, NATO, missing weapons, black market weapons, gray market weapons. Again, I'll go back to Ghana, DRC. All of this shit I think is connected. And I'm gonna try to dig through that tomorrow to explain that. But right now, hold on. I was about to show you something. Let's just pull up the map. There it is. Yeah, so, and they're saying that,
the DRC is claiming that Uganda, Rwanda is having something to do with what's going on in the DRC. So like funding rebels or whatever. But see, what would Uganda, they're right there next to DRC. Am I sharing this? Okay. What would Uganda, Rwanda have to gain from that? So, but then I would think that, you know, it would be other people, private interests. But you can use countries to help you with your private interests, especially if they already have a little bit of a beef, you could jump in there and big up that beef, fund one side or the other. While they're fighting with each other, you're taking the fucking resources. And it's a regular play that they've been playing over and over. Now, I've seen it happen in the past because I've studied this stuff in the past. I don't know that that's what's going on here, but I've seen that exact thing happen in the past. So I'm saying that that could be the case here. Look how freaking big the DRC is. That dude, look, Leopold, this was his fucking kingdom, bro. It's the heart of fucking Africa. Beautiful part of Africa. This is not the desert, bro. This is full of rivers, lakes, beautiful people, and lots of resources. Anyways, I feel like I'm losing y'all. That's why I'm going to wrap it. And I'm going to come back to this tomorrow. I look at these maps a lot more. I think I mentioned it in another video, but whenever I do ads, I have to manually, maybe there's another way to do this that I don't know, but the way I do it is I have to manually put in the countries that I want to send the ads to. So that's why I'll be looking at these maps more and more now. And I also wanted to learn more geography. But the countries that speak English, I'll learn more and more about different countries. And I, hopefully, maybe it's somebody that people that will be interested in the content that I create. So, I don't want to be sending ads to somewhere that's absolutely not going to be watching, absolutely not going to be in, not interested, or they don't understand the language or whatever. So that's another thing. So, and learning more about these countries, is helpful with that. Because right now, like my biggest audience overseas is India. And actually, I think I got more viewers in India than the United States. Go fucking figure. Go fucking figure. I can't answer that question. Why the hell? I don't know. I have no idea. So, but that's the reason why I've been wanting to learn more about India, and I've been covering more India news and more, stuff, politics and stuff coming out of there. These are brown people, by the way, anyway. So, it's the diaspora. We have to find reasons to come together instead of reasons to separate, to be apart. I think we can find more things in common than we can find that or that we don't have in common with a lot of people around the world.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's why we have to think. So because then I look at these maps and I look at these borders, and these borders cut right through people, man. And I say this all the time, and I know people don't understand me, but people don't live within these borders, bro. People just live. The borders cut over people. They cut them off. They separate them is what they really do. And because you study certain regions, I mean, I wish I could overlay a cultural map on top of this map so that y'all can see what I'm talking about, because it's out there. The information is out there. Like you have certain tribes or groups of people who are pretty much the same, who expand over these different countries, multiple countries, and they identify with each other way more than they identify with the country that they live in. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Like these colonizers came in and drew up these lines and even gave the names of these places. These people don't look at themselves as that. That was something that was
oppressed upon them. They see themselves as Bantu or Igbo or whatever the hell. They don't see themselves as, you know, these names, these colonized names. Like they do identify themselves as that because that's where they live and that's like how you communicate. And that's what another thing that me and Pat be talking about. All the limitations with our language causes problems and confusions when it comes to that. Because if you know, they recognize Nigeria and you know you live in Nigeria, but you're Igbo, you identify with other Igbos, and they have Igbos that are outside of Nigeria. But the ones that are outside Nigeria can't say they're Nigerian because they don't live in Nigeria. Oh, it's a fucking mess. So much confusion. It's that double speak shit. It confuses the shit out of everybody. We don't know what anybody is really saying. We don't know what anybody really means. Because depending on the words that they're using, maybe those words, they're not using them for the definition that those words are. Just like when people say God, people say, I believe in God. I'm going to need you to be more specific. Not like Allah or some other name that you might have for Yahweh or something. No, I mean, like, what do you believe in? What are your values? If you believe in God, then that means you have some values that you live by. Some that it doesn't matter about the law. It doesn't matter about what somebody else is saying. It doesn't even matter what somebody else says within the religion or whatever that you're in. You're like, I believe in God. You know, I want to do right. You know, want to be good. You know, but somebody could say they believe in God, but they really saying like, you know, they want to torture and kill everybody on the planet. It's not the same. And then you got the ones, you know, believe in God. When I say I believe in God, I'm talking about the universe, and I'm talking about man, and I'm also talking about myself. God body, for real. I believe in me, for real. Now, greater powers, greater energies, absolutely. But who's going to help my situation more than me? Who's going to do for me more than me? Who's going to look out for me better than me? Come on. Anyways, I'm about to wrap it. Got any last words, Pat?
Good night.
Yeah,
done.
We over 4 hours. We're 4:12, and you jumped in right at the beginning. So yeah, we just did a solid 4 hours of content. Some of it was pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go and buzz on out of here, bro.
All right, man. Peace and love.
For sure. Peace and
All
love.
Right. All right, y'all. I wanted to do some scrolling before I left. Maybe I will. See if it's probably gonna get me in trouble though. Let me see. Let me see. Is there anything worth fucking covering there?
Who is she wore a panty liner 24/7. Yeah. This is Sap. She smelled like barbecue chips and Fritos. And during and afterwards, she had to remind me of how much she hated white girls. 7 out of 10. This is Jamaica. She smelled like liverwurst. I'm not sure what liverwurst is, but that's what she smelled like. And she also referred to me as her little cotton swab. 4 out of 10. This is Shanika. She beat me up, cut my cornea, and I had to wear an eye patch. I was called Patchy the Pirate, Patchy Dan, Patchy Powder, and also on a daily basis, I was a stupid cracker bitch. 10 out of 10. This is Kelly. She murdered her mother with an extension cord, like strangled her when she was 13. She's been down about 30 years. She begged me to have sex with her because I look like a supermodel. A supermodel. It was trash, and I let her know, and she proceeded to assault me. 2 out of 10.
Wow. So this lady goes, what is this? So she was locked up, and she's spilling the beans on all these people? I don't think that's nice. So she was locked up, and I guess she messed around with some of these people, and now she's telling the whole damn world.
Okay, this is me. I was like $1.20 in this picture. Now I'm like $2.20 now. But I'm going to be rating my experiences. First, Chanel. We never did the diddly, for obvious reasons. 2 is she wore a panty liner 24/7. Yeah. This is Sap. She smelled like barbecue chips and Fritos. And during and afterwards, she had to remind me of how much she hated white girls. 7 out of 10.
She still gave her a 7.
This is Jamaica. She smelled like liverwurst. I'm not sure what liverwurst is, but that's what.
And when she says how they smell, is she's talking about down there or their body odor?
4 out of 10.
She was a 4.
This is Shanika. She beat me up, cut my cornea, and I had to wear an eye patch. I was called Patchy the Pirate, Patchy Dan, Patchy Powder, and also on a daily basis, I was a stupid cracker bitch. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
This is Kelly. She murdered her mother with an extension cord, like strangled her when she was 13. She's been down about 30 years. She begged me to have sex with her because I look like a supermodel. A supermodel. It was trash, and I let her know, and she proceeded to assault me. 2 out of 10.
She was a 2. Guess that's pretty bad.
Representative Jordan, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2377. I have 5 grandchildren. I would do anything to protect my 5 grandchildren, including, as a last resort, shooting them if I had to protect the lives of my grandchildren.
What?
Democrat bills that we've heard this week want to take away my right to protect my grandchildren. They want to take away the rights of law-abiding citizens to protect their own children and grandchildren and wives and brothers and sisters. This bill takes away due process from law-abiding citizens. Can you imagine if you had a disgruntled ex or somebody who hates you because of your political views, and they go to a judge and say, oh, this person is dangerous. And that judge would take away your guns, lean on the side of conservatism, take away the guns, without that person even having a knowledge that there was a court hearing that would take away their guns. This is wrong. When Republicans were in the majority, we actually passed legislation that was signed into law that would have prevented mass shootings. These bills would not.
What bill is that? What bill was that you talk about that's going to prevent mass shootings? Because I would like to hear more about that. I don't think you have a bill that's going to be able to prevent mass shootings. I really don't. And how the hell is shooting your children protecting their life? Isn't that taking their life? How are you going to protect their life and take their life at the same time? I'm sorry, I don't understand. That's probably from something that I can't play. I'm trying to be careful. They already got me shadow banned and shit. It's so fucking sucky, man. Can I play this? Sky News.
Surrounded himself with There are very good people in the Conservative Party. They're not in the cabinet. Why are they not in the cabinet? Because Boris Johnson has deliberately surrounded himself with third-rate and fourth-rate people who, frankly, would not have got a job in the cabinet of any other prime minister in history. Nadine Dorries, Dominic Raab, Priti Patel, they wouldn't have got a job carrying Margaret Thatcher's handbag. They wouldn't have got a job polishing John Major's shoes. These are second-rate, third-rate people with a fifth-rate prime minister. And I think the country now knows that. They are the only people propping him up. And the sooner they find a spine or find a soul or find a bit of moral conscience and get rid of that lying, crooked charlatan who sits at that cabinet table and disgraces this country and disgraces Downing Street and disgraces every principle that most people in public office aspire to, then the better this country will be.
I follow UK politics pretty heavy. It's a fucking mess over there. Y'all think it's a mess over here? Ooh-wee. They got a mess on their hands, bro. It's really all as a result of Brexit. It's really getting worse too. Like, they're just making it worse. Bad decision on top of bad decision.
Trust of the people of these islands. He's lost the trust of the House of Commons and indeed a Vatican. It's 11 Tory MPs that have now gone in the last 24 hours. This is a crisis. There's one man that now needs to accept that he is the problem, that he's lost the trust of the people of these islands. He's lost the trust of the House of Commons and indeed a vast number of his MPs. And he now needs to realise that he has to go. We've got Prime Minister's questions today. There's lots of things we can be talking about. We need to.
I could clearly hear the Irish accent right there. Ireland they're pissed because they didn't like the whole Brexit thing and they didn't want to be involved in that shit and they had to be anyways. They talking about we don't want to be a part of none of this shit no more. They might become their own thing. Good for them. They don't need them. But the UK fucked themselves big time.
We got a long way to go because of inflation, because of I call it the Putin tax increase.
Oh my God.
Putin, because of gasoline and all that grain he's keeping from being able to get to the market.
Oh my God.
Now I'm fighting like hell to lower costs on things that you talk about around your kitchen table. My dad used to say incredible
Come on, you guys. I hope nobody on the planet believes this guy when he's talking about this. So Putin is behind our inflation over here in the United States. The grain exports of Ukraine or Russia or whatever is the reason why I have to pay more at HEB when I go buy some eggs or sausage or something. Get the fuck out of here, bro. The reason why the gas prices are high is because of the war in Ukraine. Get the fuck out of here. Crazy. People believe this fucking shit because they don't know fucking shit. And they don't care to. That's the title of the show. Conscious decision to not to think or to not think. And I think that's what's happening. Whatever dribbles out of Biden's mouth, y'all just suck it in. Y'all slurp it up. Delicious. Shit, whatever slides out of fucking Trump's mouth, y'all slobber that shit up too. Fuck. Look some shit up yourself. Think for yourself. I know it's hard, but it'll get easier over time. And you have to practice to think. It's just like anything else. And that's why I train my daughter all the time. The main thing I want is her to know how to think about things, and practice thinking. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I do on this show every night. It's really like a thought exercise, and it's also therapy.
So it's therapy and it's a thought exercise, and it's just keep my brain sharper. You know what I'm saying? You just keep thinking about things. You think about things, and it becomes a habit. And then whenever something happens, you think about it. So, but the opposite is true on the other end. When you don't think about things, you just, surface level. I already know, I know. You practice not thinking. So therefore it becomes more difficult for you to think about things because you're not in practice doing it. It's a muscle. Your brain is a muscle. You got to work it out. It needs exercise. TikTok ain't doing it. Those damn TV shows that you watch are not doing it. Scrolling Instagram don't do it. You need to read a book or something. I don't know. Watch some YouTube videos that are educational. Listen to some podcasts, documentaries or something. Read some newspaper articles, magazine articles. That was Miley when she was really little. OMG. Look at little Miley. Oh my God, you can see her little face. Man, people are just kids are just little humans, little people. Look how young he looks. Billy Ray. Miley. She's so cute. Am I gonna get in trouble for playing this?
What in the world does she have?
She turns around and claps.
Is this her boyfriend?
That's Miley's boyfriend is Willie Nelson. And how? Wait a minute. Hey, Miley, look in the camera. Do your eyes one time.
Wait a minute, which
for
camera?
Do
Right
your
over
eyes,
here,
Miley.
Right here. Do your eyes.
Do your eyes, Miley. Do your eyes. Yeah. Very talented child.
Is this?
Oh my God, that's too cute.
Police on an hours-long chase, stealing 4 cars in the process. At one point, after crashing a sedan, the suspect carjacked an SUV. That SUV driver, there you go, had jumped out to check on somebody else. Then the guy crashed again and gave up.
This dude playing Grand
A
Theft
wild
Auto
chase
in
in
real
Charlotte
life.
today after a driver led police.
Yeah, I talked about the Guy Stones at the beginning of the show. I think there's more to it than that story. That story really jumps out to me now. I can't really wrap my head around it. I'm gonna think about it for a while, see what I come up with. But there's definitely something to this story, to that story. It says Bill Gates just won legal approval to buy 2,100 acres of North Dakota farmland worth $13.5 million, and people are living about it all across the state. This dude owned farmland all over the states, bruh. We all hungry and shit. We're gonna have to buy our food from Bill Gates. She eating a pear off the tree. I ain't got time to take it off the tree. Yeah, that story about the kid, his parents was killed at the parade, and some other people took the kid home, and then the police came and got the kid. But the kid was like, my mom and dad are coming back. Just hold on. The kid was like 2 or some shit. It's fucked up, bro. How does the guy that did the shooting feel about that? I'm sure he probably didn't shoot no kids or little kids. But shit, you killed their parents. That kid don't have no parents. That kid is a freaking orphan now.
I've been avoiding investing because I feel like it's a part of the fucking cabal, and I become a part of the fucking problem if I'm investing in stocks and shit. Because I understand the shit. People think I don't get it, but I really do. But I overthink everything. But now I'm like, fuck it. Now I'm like, fuck it. The pinch is in, and I gotta make some moves. I know I understand that shit a lot, and I really just kind of been avoiding it for like 20 years because I've been dabbling in it for that long, but I ain't never invested just because I didn't want to fucking make that leap because I didn't want to be a part of the fucking problem. But now I'm like, fuck it. So I'm gonna be doing that soon. I'm gonna set up a whole nother bank account to deal with that.
But in a time where I feel like,
Okay.
and I'm telling you, I've been there before. Some of y'all finna be mad at me. But I'm used to it. That being said, I'm super conflicted about this movie called Woman King. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know much of the history about this woman. I'm excited to see us in theater and, in victory. But in a time where I feel like we need to see the Black man rise, why? It's giving merging pro-Black with feminism.
Yeah.
I don't know. What are your thoughts? Some of y'all finna be mad at me. But I'm used to it. That being said, I'm super conflicted about this movie.
I kind of wanted to talk about this a bit. It's been all down my timeline. And it looks really interesting. The movie does. I would probably enjoy it. But I think she's right on this. There's something with that that's not cool. Because when I've been seeing the advertisement, it's been making me feel some kind of way. And I really couldn't put my finger on it. But I think that's what she's saying. It's the feminism. It's like it's feminism co-opting everything. And then making nothing have any meaning anymore. It's fucking sad.
My other business, I used to get online under my other business page, which I call my work clothes, right? And I would get on.
Nah. What's up, Deuce? I thought you was gone.
I was trying to find this location where I'm delivering to, out in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska, and it's storming and raining out here too with lightning. So,
damn, bro, be careful, man.
Oh, I'm parked now. I'm here.
Did you see the that advertisement for that movie, The Woman King, or some shit like that?
Mm-mm.
It's like Black. It's what's her name that was in Black Panther? She's starring in this, and it's like a women warriors, and it's a story of like triumphant women warriors, African women warriors.
Oh no, I ain't see that, bro.
It's been all down my timeline. That's another thing. I've been getting a lot of ads on Instagram. Instagram is full of ads now. Like a lot. Like every third post is a ad.
Yeah, damn. They trying to make their money.
Yep. That's what it is. And I guess the ads aren't working in other places, and they're working a lot better on Instagram. That shit is annoying the fuck out of me, though. I hate ads. I pay for the YouTube thing, so I don't watch ads. I don't watch TV. If I do watch TV, it's going to be like HBO or something that don't have ads.
Yeah.
I avoid ads. I don't listen to the radio. I only listen to my playlist, so I don't hear ads.
Damn it, boy. I hear you. World Pack, he gone for the night?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Sorry about that, bro. I had to, like I said, I had to find this place. It's out on these little country roads, so kind of got turned around a little bit.
Damn, this dude left a soda in his car and it blew the hell up from the heat. A canned soda.
Oh, yes. That'll happen. Yeah, but nah, man, tonight's show was actually really good, bro. Like,
thank you.
I mean, they
I
usually
try.
always are, but this was really good. I hate I had to ditch out on the Hitler stuff real quick, but like I said, being back here in the middle of cornfields, there ain't many places to turn around, so you don't want to get lost.
Yeah. Shit. Look out for yourself. And them damn, all I could think of is Children of the Corn, some kind of damn fucking horror film, bro. Like, I'm scared for you right now.
Yeah, I'm at a chemical plant facility, so I should be fine.
Yeah. In the middle of nowhere in a fucking cornfield. What's that movie? The one where The Hills Have Eyes? Is that the one? Where it was like these fucking like these people, they were all like, I don't know, they were inbred, so they were all like messed up. And they was
No,
like
you know
killing
what
people.
that movie was about, right?
What was it about?
That movie was about White Sands, New Mexico. It's a military facility out there. They used to do missile testing out there. And basically what they were saying in that movie is that the chemicals from those bombs that they used to test out there is what made the people look that way. And it's an abandoned town. When you go through White Sands, it looks just like that. Nothing but mountains around, abandoned, nothing there.
Yeah. Either way, that shit is scary to me to like end up in a random town, get lost, and you run into some people that's fucking and everybody's in on it. It was some other movie I saw like that. It's like people are killing like you're lost. And you know, everybody in the town is in on this like, I don't know, torture killing shit whenever people get lost over there. And shit, man, that could be believable as fuck to me because people go missing all the time and are never found.
Yeah, they have parts of America like that, bro. You do not want to go. Like they got a lot of inbred towns that are like that, where you know the people are fucked up because of you know family members breeding with each other.
Ugh. Elon Musk had twins with one of his top executives on the low last November.
Oh, dang.
It says 9 kids. I guess Elon is trying to catch up with Nick Cannon.
Damn.
Shit, I don't blame that dude. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, sir. Man, shit. How was y'all weekend, bro? How was your 4th?
The 4th, I didn't do nothing for the 4th.
Me either. I worked.
Yeah, and I worked all weekend, and I got off for the 4th, but I didn't do nothing. I just kind of I don't care much for the 4th. I ain't gonna lie. That's I don't care for holidays in general, but that's one of the lowest ones on the list for me. I would have liked to have done something like some barbecuing or something, but my money is fucking funny right now. I'm still adjusting to this 2-week pay schedule that I have, and I get paid on Friday, but I'm strapped for cash right now. Kind of hurting.
I feel you.
So I was just budgeting, and did you see all them damn fireworks mishaps that was happening? All the damn videos.
Bro.
One family accidentally lit up all the fireworks on the back of the car. Like one of the fireworks went into the back of the car. They had them all stored there, and they freaking lit up. It's so many weird ass accidents that got video that's going around, with the fireworks accidents.
Damn.
Yeah, people not being safe.
I hadn't even seen that, honestly.
This one guy, he's like a YouTuber or something. He's like a content creator, and he lit up a firework in his room. He lit it up in his bedroom. Damn near burnt the house down.
Yeah, it's a dumbass, bro. Complete dumbass. And
the Congress. Oh, I wanted to talk about this a bit before I go.
Fucking, I've been seeing some crazy fucking political ads. You got the chick who was twerking. Did you see that? You got the other guy who was shooting KKK members. And what's killer about that ad is he's a Republican. He was talking about the Democrats and Republicans and talking about, I need my AR-15. I need all 18 shots so I can lay these KKK members down. This is a damn political ad, bro.
That's crazy.
And the other one with the chick twerking, she got on her hands upside down. She did a handstand in like a thong. And she's an elected official who's running for re-election.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Damn.
Looking at this picture, I'm going to Kim's house.
What was that?
It says who house y'all going to, and then it has a picture of 4 plates. It's Maria, Kim, Lakeisha, and Hannah. They throw Hannah under the bus big time because it's a bologna sandwich with some Cheetos and some pickles. Like, hey, don't knock the struggle. Sometimes you be on the struggle. Shit, if you're on the struggle, bologna sandwich, some chips, pickle, shit. I should have hit the spot.
Man, who you telling? Yeah, my kids, they don't know what bologna is, bro. They ask me, did you eat bologna as a kid? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, you're disgusting. Okay, keep thinking that.
That shit really is disgusting. So they right. So, but if you hungry, you gotta eat. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yes, sir. We made it work. We still here. We ain't die from it. Eating that fake ass salami with the peppercorn seeds in it.
Oh my god, bro. The damn bologna, I think, is the worst. I don't know what's worse between salami and bologna. Which one is worse?
I don't know, bro. I honestly couldn't tell you. They both one and the same. But
Terrible.
I eat real salami now though. The deli shit, the good shit.
Yeah. And the fucking damn it, I lost it. Salami. My daddy was a big fan of salami. He liked that shit. You know. But you know, older people still do that. You go to HEB or wherever, you see old people in the line over there making them slice up the whatever it is, ham, turkey. I only eat turkey if I'm gonna eat some kind of like sandwich meat. It's only gonna be turkey. I'm not gonna do none of the other ones. I just can't do it. Can't eat it.
Bougie ass nigga.
I can't do it. Shit, I ate enough of that shit in childhood. Oh yeah, and hot dogs, they're the same, bro. Like, what's the difference between a hot dog and bologna?
Nothing.
It's disgusting, bro. Fucking disgusting. If I do eat hot dogs, they have to be all beef hot dogs.
Bougie ass. Check a bougie, y'all.
Yeah, I'm particular as hell about what I eat. Like, yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I probably wouldn't be going in the store buying no bologna either. I'm gonna just keep it all the way above.
What you say? You're not buying bologna?
I say I probably wouldn't be buying bologna either. Not this day and age.
Yeah, man. Any of those processed meats are really carcinogens, cancer. It's like that's what you eating. But shit, we eat the chicken. We can go down that road. I mean, that's best bet is to grow your own damn food. This says breaking Timothy Lehman, the Cleveland police officer who shot and killed Tamir Rice, has been hired as a police officer in Tioga Borough, Pennsylvania,
according to Mayor David Wilcox. And I think that they need they don't have a national registry for police officers, so they can get in all kinds of trouble and get, fired, and they just move to another state and get hired as a cop. They need to have a national database that, shows their conduct and all of that shit, so that the employers can look at that and decide on if they want to freaking bring them on or not. Because I think, that's why you got all these bad apples, because they can get fired out from one precinct and go get on at another one.
Yeah, that shit. That's fucked up, bro. That is fucked up.
Funeral home owner pleads guilty to illegally selling body parts. So I say, man, I want to get cremated. I don't want nobody looking at my fucking body in a damn casket. I think the whole thing with the funerals are a ripoff, morbid, and weird. And it's all just fucking about capitalism, because everybody making money off of you out of the death of a loved one. When you're at a weak point too, and they're just taking advantage of your emotional state. And says funeral home owner pleads guilty to selling illegally. Can you legally sell body parts? And what body parts was he selling? And who was buying them? Like, what the fuck? And then, how many of did this happen to one of your loved ones? Whoever's listening, you don't get to see them after they put them in the casket and put them down in the ground. Let me read this article. It says, Megan Hess, the Montrose funeral owner, accused of selling body parts illegally and giving clients fake ashes, pleaded guilty to mail fraud Tuesday in Grand Junction. As a result of the plea, all other charges against Hess, which include 5 more counts of mail fraud and 3 counts of transporting hazardous material, will be dropped. Hess, 45, and her mother, is it a man or a woman? Shirley Koch, were indicted by a grand jury in March 2020 and accused of using their funeral home to sell body parts, sometimes forging signatures on consent forms and misleading families as to how their loved ones' remains will be treated. Fucking terrible, horrible people. I exceeded the scope of the consent, and I am trying to make an effort to make it right, Hess said when asked to describe how exactly she committed the crime to which she pleaded guilty. According to the court documents, Hess and Koch are accused of setting up Sunset Mesa Funeral Directors in Montrose as a nonprofit, selling hundreds of bodies for research from 2010 to 2018, even if the person or family's wishes were cremation. Oh, fuck. Loved ones then received ashes in urns that were not those of the deceased. How would you know anyways? So damn, I'm over here talking about I want to be cremated. They wouldn't even protect me from these people. Some of those body parts also belong to people with infectious diseases such as HIV and hepatitis, according to court documents, information that Hess and Koch are accused of withholding from buyers. Sunset Mesa used its funeral services low rates as a way to ensure a steady supply of body parts to sell, according to court documents, and oftentimes was used because people had nowhere else to go. Oh, man. That's fucking horrible. That was a horrible story.
Yeah.
I don't know that I think I could have lived all day without. Here goes that movie right here. Can you see the screen? I don't want to play it. I might get in trouble. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
It's Woman of something. It says that threatens our kingdom, our freedom. They showed a white guy when they said that. But we have a weapon. Black woman they're showing now. They are not prepared for her. So Sony, TriStar, that's who made it. So, my king, the Europeans wish to conquer us. They will not stop until the whole of Africa is theirs. We must fight back for our people. Naniska, you are asking me to take them to war? War? Some things are worth fighting for. Based on powerful, true events. Yeah, I don't know how true this is. You are called to join the King's Guard. I think it'll be fun to watch. No kingdom in all of Africa shares this privilege. Train hard, fight harder. It's just gonna be emotional, like sensationalism. That's just gonna, what they realized with Black Panther, and I've been saying this forever, but they've been fucking themselves out of money. And Black Panther, they realized it after Black Panther. They couldn't freaking deny it any longer because Black Panther was such a huge, ridiculous hit. And they made so much money. You know, that movie made a whole bunch of money overseas. It was a #1 movie in the world.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. So they're like, okay, it's not just the blacks in America who's gonna like this movie. We got black and brown people all over the world is gonna like this shit. Let's cash the fuck in. So that's what they're doing now.
Yep. Pretty much.
Shabazz, man. So I just want to let y'all. We living in 2022. This is shit we go through. We bought a bunch of land. Yeah, we bought a bunch of land, and I had some white people come over and decide they were gonna call the police on me for bringing debris from the other side. I want to block off some areas. You can turn the camera.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
Hey, they just
So what I'm doing
they
is
just
I'm
called
taking
me in
debris.
here. They want me to go ahead and start off loading, man. I'm a jump off of here so I can get this stuff handled.
I'm about to wrap it anyway, bro.
Okay, I'll be back on here tonight.
Yeah, I'll be back. Peace and love.
All right, peace and love, bro.
All right.
Get some rest.
All right.
We have to explain ourselves. We black, we buy land, we still got to explain ourselves. We black with guns, we got to explain ourselves. We always got to go the extra. All right, but Kasim Shabazz, man. So I just want to let y'all. We living in 2022. This is shit we go through. We bought a bunch of land. Yeah, we bought a bunch of land, and I had some white people come over and decide they were gonna call the police on me for bringing debris from the other side. I want to block off some areas. You can turn the camera. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm taking debris and I'm blocking off certain areas for community cleanup we're getting ready to do up here. And they decided they wanted to come over here and tell me what we can do on our land. So this is what we deal with. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to tap in and talk a little bit about that today. Right now, you turn, we got the units over there. We have to explain ourselves. We black, we buy land, we still got to explain ourselves. We black with guns, we got to explain ourselves. We always got to go the extra. All right, but
I wonder how that worked out. A lot of my audience will probably say, that's not true. That doesn't really happen. There's no racism in the United States. What are you talking about? The cops don't kill black people. What are you talking about? Well, even if they do kill black people, they kill white people too. What are you talking about? There should be no affirmative action. Black people get hired all the time, just as much as white people get hired. Doesn't matter if their name is LaQuisha or Chaka and they put it on their application and the people throw the application in the trash because of the name on the app. That doesn't happen. Everybody has the same opportunities in the United States. I'm about to wrap it, y'all. Fake ass. Everything is fake. Ugh. Yeah, I'm about to wrap it. Nigerian Air Force jet. Not gonna dig in that.
Yo ni siquiera puedo encontrar uno que vale la pena. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchos novios, pero mira, Titi, el problema es que los hombres no sirven para nada. ¿Cómo tú me vas a preguntar a mí si tengo muchos si yo ni siquiera puedo encontrar uno que vale la pena? Titi me preguntó si tengo muchos novios, pero mira, Titi, el problema es que los hombres no sirven para nada.
Yeah, she reacts like that. You know she has multiples. Amazon Prime members now get free Grubhub deliveries after retail giant strikes deal for struggling service. Oh my God. So you're going to get your food, your grocery, your hot food, your groceries, all your fucking gadgets, clothes, all through Amazon delivered right to your door. Isn't that just wonderful? What did it say? People are pointing out things that seem sexy in porn, but actually aren't, and there are no lies detected. It says, no pret, just shoving it in a butt, never do this. Let's see the comments. So true, there seems to be no romance now. Getting stuck in the dryer, like... It says the title card feels personal. Y'all are too fucking. Some of these comments are emotional. They're taking it too serious. There's a bunch of bots in here too. I fucking hate that. I want to hear actual comments from real people. I'm about to wrap it, y'all. The Supreme Court head scratcher is a colonial musket analogous to an AR-15. Oh, I get what they're saying. But that's not really a good argument because the people who wrote the Constitution or whatever wasn't thinking that the guns were going to be the same forever or whatever. Of course, they knew we were going to change. That's not a good argument. All right, y'all, let me go. I have some more stuff for tomorrow that I didn't get to today. So peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I don't know. Like, share, and subscribe. Fucking send some money. Hold on. Let me put this up. I don't know. Send me some money or something. Fucking, they're banning the shit out of me, bro. It's like, it's no fair. It's not fair. I know I produce some pretty good shit. I ain't getting no fucking views. Anyways, y'all. I'm gonna cry me a river. Peace and love.